Chapter 121. The people of Haoshan sect have arrived. He's not a soul saint, he's a soul Douluo. Meng Shu wanted to slap himself twice. Could such a young Contra Master be an ordinary person? Given equal strength, Qin Yuan was still a young and vigorous man, while he was old and frail. The strength they displayed was simply not on the same level. Meng Shu regretted provoking such a killing god. However, it won't be so easy for the other party to kill him. Taking advantage of the moment to catch his breath, he used his soul power barrier to temporarily protect Chao Tianxiang. Old woman, prepare to unleash the martial soul fusion technique. Meng Shu hurriedly reminded her. The couple made their name on the mainland because of their martial soul fusion technique. If Qin Yuanruo refuses to give up, they will have no choice but to go all out to save their lives. Surprisingly, Qin Yuan only made a few strikes to break through Meng Shu's defenses, and then he didn't make any more moves. Qin Yuan's face darkened, and he glanced warily to his side before waving his hand. Let's go. Lei Meng was unaware of what had happened, but he still quickly followed Qin Yuan and retreated. Old man, Chao Tianxiang was equally puzzled. But Meng Shu looked grave. Old woman, take Yiren with you, let's go quickly. There are still people around, don't let them take advantage of us. The Stardo Great Forest is a lawless place where murder and robbery are commonplace, and being outmaneuvered is also commonplace. When the snipe and the clam fight, and someone else ends up getting the benefit, that's truly foolish. Tang San stood there, stunned, at a loss for what to do. In the dense forest not far away, the three people felt a heavy atmosphere. Sect Master, that's the Killing God domain, he's not Tang Hao. Could it be that another owner of the Killing God domain has appeared on the continent in recent years? The speaker was Tang Lai, the seventh elder of the Haoshan sect. The reason why the Haoshan sect experts came to the Stardo Great Forest this time is because Tang Lai broke through to level 90. Originally, they didn't care about the fight between Meng Shu and Qin Yuan. After all, the Clear Sky sect had been suppressed too severely by the Spirit Hall, and if they appeared on the continent, it would be hard to guarantee that it wouldn't bring trouble to the sect. Of course, the Clear Sky sect has also been acting strangely these past few years. One by one, the elders have broken through to new heights, but they haven't gone out to hunt for souls. Could it be that their soul rings just appeared out of thin air? Furthermore, the Haoshan sect's base is located in a harsh and cold place. If they hadn't purchased food from outside, they probably would have starved to death long ago. Just now, Tang Lai sensed the aura of the god of slaughter domain and assumed it was Tang Hao. He was about to go and teach him a lesson when he accidentally revealed his aura, causing Qin Yuan to quickly stop and prevent the situation from getting out of control, as well as to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Seventh Elder, I'm just like you, holed up in the sect every day. How would I know anything about what's happening outside? Tang Xiao shook his head helplessly. However, that child, I always felt he looked a bit like Howdy, I wonder. The third elder interjected, Sect Master, our purpose in coming here is to obtain a soul ring for seventh brother. Let's not create any unnecessary complications. Even if that young man has good talent, given the sect's current situation, we have no way to recruit him. The seventh elder curled his lip. You're making a fuss over nothing. Our sect has plenty of geniuses too, why do we need to win over outsiders? By the way, Sect Master, that young soul Douluo we just saw seems to be the one we noticed in Soul Hunter Town. It's a pity we couldn't find out his identity, and we also don't know why. He has such a bad relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Tang Xiao nodded and added, all right, I'll have Yuehua keep an eye on this. Seventh Elder, your ninth spirit ring is more important, so we can't delay any longer. Teacher, why did you stop just now? Lei Meng asked, puzzled. He knew that his teacher was not a bloodthirsty person, but Meng Shu had completely offended them. Even if he didn't kill them, he should at least teach them a lesson. Qin Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, the Stardo Great Forest is not peaceful today. When I was fighting Meng Shu just now, there were people lurking in the shadows nearby. I could sense that one of them was at the level of a title Douluo, and he was probably here to hunt for a ninth spirit ring. Moreover, the Meng Shu couple possess a martial soul fusion skill, making them difficult to kill. If we push them too far, it will be difficult for us to escape. If we get too entangled, it will be easy for outsiders to take advantage of us. Lei Meng was shocked. Someone has actually broken through to the title Douluo level. Who is that person? Teacher, I must inform His Majesty of this as soon as possible. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, I have been traveling on the continent recently. If I had any information, I would have known it long ago. That person probably has never traveled on the continent. He may be a person from a hidden sect or a powerful expert secretly trained by the Spirit Hall. How could Qin Yuan have imagined that it was someone from the Haoshan sect? After all, there are many hidden sects on the mainland, and quite a few of them are powerful. However, there was one thing he understood. Zhou Zhengyang knew he was not someone to be trifled with, yet he still tried to test him, clearly indicating that the group of powerful individuals in the Soul Beast Town had been secretly gathering intelligence and keeping an eye on them. Fortunately, the other party was unwilling to reveal their identity. Otherwise, given their strength, even if they joined forces with the Meng Shu couple, they would most likely suffer heavy losses. I may escape the death penalty, but I can't escape punishment. This dragon snake family is too arrogant. I'm definitely going to deal with them. Lei Meng said with a displeased expression. Qin Yuan patted his shoulder lightly and said with a smile, cutting flesh with a dull knife may not hurt at first, but it can still be fatal in the long run. Even if you're targeting the dragon and snake family, don't push them too hard at the beginning. If they become desperate, it won't do your father any good either. Tang San didn't know why the battle had stopped, but he took Qin Yuan's words to heart. He searched the vicinity for a while and found a plant-type spirit ring suitable for him. There was no other way. Hunting plant-type spirit beasts was much easier than hunting beast-type spirit beasts, so he had no choice but to disobey Yu Xiaoging's wishes and absorb the plant-type spirit ring. He revealed his clear sky hammer martial soul during the battle with the plant-type soul beast. Unfortunately, Tang Xiao and his group had already gone far away and did not notice this scene, so Tang San missed the opportunity to reunite with his sect. A little later, Zhao Wuji and his group arrived following the sounds of the battle and noticed Tang San hunting souls. Afterwards, Xiao Wu returned in the same way as in the original timeline, and gave the same reason. Qin Yuan paid no further attention to what happened in the Stardo Great Forest. At dawn, he and Lei Meng left the forest. Without pausing, he headed towards Tiando City. At the same time, a figure in black robes with a crew cut also arrived in Sodo City. According to the letter, Shrek Academy should be located on the outskirts of Sodo City, Yu Xiaoging murmured. He knew Flanders all too well. In particular, Flanders himself was not from a noble family, so even if he opened an academy, how large could it be? Not to mention that Shrek Academy has extremely strict admission requirements. Truly talented students have long been recruited by the Spirit Hall and other major forces. How many of them can actually come to Shrek Academy? Of course, Yu Xiaoging didn't care about any of that. He allowed Tang San to join Shrek Academy simply because Shrek Academy had no powerful backing, so as to prevent Tang San from accidentally joining any force other than the Clear Sky sect. Chapter 122 Teacher Alan. Later that day, Zhao Wuji led the Shrek 6 monsters back to the academy. This soul-hunting experience was truly full of ups and downs, but fortunately it ended without any serious danger. Moreover, Tang San and Xiao Wu both broke through to the Soul Master level, greatly enhancing the team's strength. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries with Yu Xiaoging, Zhao Wuji soon approached Tang San. I heard that your third spirit ring didn't hunt spirit beasts according to the list I gave you. Yu Xiaoging asked casually, his hands behind his back. Tang San lowered his head, looking quite apologetic, and said, Teacher, the situation this time was too special, I got separated from everyone. At the time, in order to rescue Xiao Wu, I had no choice but to choose to hunt relatively simple plant-type soul beasts. In response to Tang San's explanation, Yu Xiaoging said calmly, although absorbing a plant-type soul ring will reduce your potential, it was an emergency and you did nothing wrong. Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least his teacher didn't blame him for it. He paused, then pressed on, by the way, teacher, do you know Teacher Qin? Back in the Stardo Great Forest, he was able to suppress the peerless dragon and snake couple. Teacher Qin. Yu Xiaoging frowned. He had never heard of a famous Teacher Qin on the mainland. As for the couple, Geishi Longshi, he still knew about them. Teacher Qin is indeed quite capable to have managed to gain an advantage over the domineering Meng Shu couple. As Tang San continued to provide more information, Yu Xiaoging's doubts deepened. Is it related to a duke of the Heaven Do Empire? Perhaps the duke's mansion found a teacher for their young master. As for the Botanical Academy, well, there's no need to pay attention to it. Xiao San, the strong don't just appear out of thin air. There have inevitably been legends about them on the continent. Perhaps, Teacher Qin was a teacher at the Botanical Academy for a period of time back then. Alright, let's not talk about others anymore. Little San, what is your third soul skill? Let me see. Inside Tiando City. Since the land where the Golden Knife Shop's headquarters was located changed hands, Chenzi has always felt uneasy, especially since he hasn't been able to find out the buyer's identity, which makes him very anxious. Without knowing the buyer's identity, we also don't know their temperament. What if the other party wants to drive them out of this land? How will Golden Knife Shop deal with that? Chenzi had approached the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School before, and he had even reported to the royal family, but he still did not know the buyer's identity. Boss, there's an old man outside with a young boy. They claim to know you and the big boss. Why don't you go and take a look? The subordinate rushed in to report. Big Boss is a title reserved for Qin Yuan, since he played a significant role in making the Golden Knife Shop a success. Qin Yuan never interfered in affairs, so Chen Zi, who was in charge, became the boss. Of course, without Qin Yuan, there would be no Golden Knife Shop today. Out of respect, the Soul Hunter team affiliated with the shop gave Qin Yuan the honorific title of Big Boss. Could it be someone from our hometown? Chen Zi shrugged, having no choice but to temporarily set aside his burdens and personally go to greet them. Over the years, he has made money in Tiando City and sent a lot of it home. Today, the village has been completely transformed, and it has even been renamed Holy Soul Village because of Qin Yuan's breakthrough to Soul Saint. A reception room inside the Golden Knife Shop. An elderly man dressed in a faded gray robe sipped his tea nervously, his face showing worry and guilt at times. The boy beside him looked relaxed, curiously observing everything around him. As the door opened, both the old man and the boy looked toward the entrance. Chen Zi, it really is you. The old man excitedly stepped forward, grabbed Chen Zi's hand, and asked him about his well-being. Chen Zi remained frozen in place. The old man in front of him was very familiar to him. He was none other than Alan, the dean of the Junior Soul Master Academy where he and Qin Yuan had studied. Furthermore, the spirit ring that Qin Yuan absorbed despite being above his level was also obtained with the help of Dean Alan, who hunted it down. Originally, this should have been a beautiful story between teacher and student. Unfortunately, what Alan did back then was so disappointing that Qin Yuan and Chen Zi never returned to the Junior Soul Master Academy after graduation. In comparison, Chen Zi's attitude towards Alan was relatively good, but he wouldn't go against Qin Yuan's wishes and dared not easily agree to what Alan was about to say. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both parties took their seats. Chen Zi went straight to the point. Professor Alan, what brings you here today? A hint of disappointment flashed in Alan's eyes, but when he caught sight of his grandson beside him out of the corner of his eye, he immediately composed himself and cautiously asked, Chen Zi, could you, for the sake of our past relationship, hunt down a suitable third spirit ring for my little grandson? Chen Zi suddenly laughed and said, Teacher Alan, you are a soul master. A mere third soul ring should be no problem for you, right? Why do you need to come to our soul hunting team? Besides, although we can guarantee safety, our fees are not low. You should save your money for retirement, so that Brother Qin Yuan won't say anything bad about me. Mentioning Qin Yuan, Alan immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. After all, he owed Qin Yuan far more than he owed Chen Zi. Alan's purpose in coming here was not only to hunt souls for his grandson, but more importantly, to get his grandson into an advanced Soul Master Academy. Although he had channels to recommend talented individuals to join advanced Soul Master Academies, those academies were not well known and could not even advance to the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition. He knew his grandson had good talent and needed better development in the future. It just so happened that the people of Holy Soul Village were talking about the two brothers, Qin Yuan and Chen Zi, who had made a name for themselves in the Soul Master world, so he thought of asking them for a favor. Chen Zi, isn't there any other way? I know what happened back then. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Zi stood up and said, Professor Allen, out of consideration for our past relationship, I can do you a favor, but only one. Think it through before you come back to me. Remember, once you've settled your debt of gratitude, don't come back. Go back home and retire peacefully. You're not far from 80, so don't cause any more trouble. Xunji, Allen hesitated, unable to find a reason to make the other party relent. At the time, he was far more powerful than the two of them, and even a small favor moved them deeply. Unfortunately, he failed to cherish the relationship, leading to a complete break. Grandpa, you're just too selfish and can't put yourself in others' shoes. If I were those brothers, I wouldn't even talk to you. The young man snorted and walked out of the reception room. Allen stood there, stunned, his expression growing increasingly aged, like an old man who had fallen on hard times and been forgotten by everyone. On the other side, after several days of travel, Qin Yuan and Lei Meng finally arrived at Tiando City. Qin Yuan did not conceal his whereabouts, and the moment he entered the city, his presence was captured by the eyes and ears of various forces. Teacher, why don't you come to my house for a visit? My father was thinking of inviting you for a drink. Lei Meng warmly invited. Qin Yuan shook his head and patted his shoulder lightly. No need. Please give my regards to His Majesty the Duke. I have some things to take care of. I'll go in a few days when I have time. Chapter 123. Is the shop too small? Having not returned to Tiando City for more than 3 years, the situation at the Golden Knife shop had undergone tremendous changes. Since it's an industry that will benefit the future of elderly care, Qin Yuan is quite concerned and plans to go back and inquire about the situation as soon as possible. Qin Yuan and Lei Meng parted ways on the street. Before they had gone far, a familiar scent wafted over. Qin Yuan smiled and looked at the old man in black robes by the roadside, saying with a laugh, "Why do you need to hide yourself?" The old man in black robes stood up, patted his shoulder lightly, and pulled him to a street with few people. I didn't expect that more than 2 years have passed since we last met, and you've already become a soul Douluo. It was Douluo Bo who spoke, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional seeing Qin Yuan's current strength. Having nothing to do today, he was about to stroll around the streets when he sensed Qin Yuan's presence and went to meet him. As for disguise, hey, he's a titled Douluo powerhouse after all, many people in Heavendo City know him. If he shows his face in public, he'll probably be surrounded by crowds and unable to move. Unlike you, I haven't lived in Tiando City for a long time, so no one will come looking for trouble for you, Douluo Bo said with a leisurely smile. Qin Yuan chuckled and said, others would love to receive the same treatment as you, so you should be content. He paused for a moment and then asked, by the way, brother, has the Golden Knife shop caused you any trouble all these years? Douluo Bo shook his head. In fact, he had been protecting the Golden Knife shop from behind the scenes, but for some reason, the royal family valued the shop highly and did not need him to show his face. Those ambitious people had long been eliminated by the royal family. Furthermore, under the constraints of the Golden Knife shop, the atmosphere of the entire Soul Master team in Douluo continent was greatly improved. Emperor Shui is very concerned about the Golden Knife squad, and even put Crown Prince Shui Qing in charge of it personally. Emperor Shui's intention is very clear, to regard improving the atmosphere of the soul hunting squad as Shui Qinghei's main achievement and to carefully cultivate this heir to the empire. As he spoke, Douluo Bo sighed slightly, brother, take my advice. Stay away from Prince Shuexing and Prince Zubang in the future. You've already been labeled as a member of the Crown Prince's faction. This uncle and nephew aren't exactly peaceful people, they might cause you trouble. But then again, you're already a Contra Master, those little tricks won't do you any good. Qin Yuan was too lazy to get involved in the struggles between royal families. If the Golden Knife shop could really control the soul hunting teams across the continent, then it would be Qin Yuan's small contribution to the stability of the continent. After exchanging a few words, the two went to the Golden Knife shop together. Inside the small shop, as soon as Allen and his grandson left, Xunji rushed forward upon hearing the news of Qin Yuan's return. The soul hunter team, who were currently accepting their mission in the shop, came to greet Qin Yuan as soon as they learned of his return, eager to witness the face of this young powerhouse. Big brother, you're finally back. Xunji's brows relaxed slightly. These days, he's been looking worried because of the land issue. After Qin Yuan returns, with his influence, it won't be difficult for him to find out who owns the land. Greetings, boss. Greetings, Senior Douluo. The members of the Soul Hunter squad, who were hanging around the small shop, all bowed in unison. Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and then entered the office with Chen Zi. The members of the Soul Hunter squad couldn't help but whisper among themselves. I'd heard long ago that Poison Douluo and Big Boss were brothers, but I never imagined it was true. You joined the team too late, so it's normal that you don't know this fact. Not only that, I've also heard that our leader has a very good relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and even the Heaven Do royal family. Inside the office, Qin Yuan laughed and said, Big Boss, that's a novel way to address you. Chen Zi scratched his head and explained, Big brother, you haven't been back for a long time, so they thought I was the boss. Later, when they found out about you, they didn't dare to offend me, so they could only give you a new title. Qin Yuan didn't care about the way he was addressed. Seeing the current state of the Golden Knife Squad, he felt much more relaxed. Chen Zi glanced at Douluo beside him and said casually, Brother, the land our shop rents recently changed hands. The new owner hasn't shown up or been contacted yet. What do you think? Douluo had a good relationship with Qin Yuan, but that didn't mean he would give him face. Therefore, he didn't ask Douluo to help him investigate beforehand. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Qin Yuan smiled leisurely, took out a stack of land deeds from his soul tool, and placed them on Chen Zi's desk. Chen Zi, your worries are unnecessary. I had a friend help me buy this land. I've made some money over the years, and the Golden Knife shop is also my business. I can't keep renting land forever, can I? The system's rewards were just right. If the land continues to be leased, and in the future, if the Golden Knife shop infringes on the interests of those powerful forces, it is very likely that it will be targeted and manipulated regarding the land. The Heavenly Do royal family protects private land, so if they really drive the Golden Knife shop away, even the royal family can't easily intervene. The land deed obtained by the system was naturally spotless and there were no clues to be found, so Qin Yuan wasn't worried. Chen Zi picked up the land deed with a puzzled look, glanced at it, and then was overjoyed. You scared me. I thought it was an outsider trying to harm us. Brother, since you bought the land deed, why didn't you tell me first? I've been worried for so long. Qin Yuan casually explained, if I told you beforehand, could I call it a surprise? Next, Chen Zi gave a detailed report on the work of Jin Dao Xiaodian in recent years. The two had been friends since childhood, so Qin Yuan wasn't worried that Chen Zi would misbehave. Furthermore, under Chen Zi's leadership, the Golden Knife shop has developed quite well in recent years and has already taken shape. It's a large business, why call it Golden Knife Mall shop? Douluo smiled. The word Zamal is unacceptable. Otherwise, people will assume your business is small just because they hear the name. Chen Zi had also considered this point, but since Qin Yuan hadn't returned, he couldn't make the decision. Qin Yuan didn't care about these things. He explained, the name, Golden Knife Shop, is already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Changing the name now will only make some potential customers feel unfamiliar, which is not good for the long-term development of the shop. Besides, Golden Knife Shop is just a name. It's like the name of a soul skill. A great soul master can rename his second soul skill, God's Descent, which sounds impressive, but isn't it still just an ordinary 100-year soul skill? Indeed, some people on the mainland have changed the original names of their soul skills. Of course, none of this is a problem, because the essence of soul skills has not changed, so it doesn't matter what you change them to. The same applies to the Golden Knife Shop. Chen Zi responded, since Big Brother has no objections, then we won't change it. By the way, brother, we've collected some long-term and extremely dangerous missions over the past few years. Please take a look. Qin Yuan nodded, then called out, brother. Douluo, let's take a look together. Accepting a mission is essentially about gathering intelligence. You might find clues and discover the location of a treasure. Chapter 124 The Secret of the Destroyed Mountain Range. Outside the Golden Knife Shop, Alan and his grandson had not gone far. They had already noticed Qin Yuan bringing the stranger to the Golden Knife Shop. Grandpa, let's go back early. I can get my third spirit ring after I enter an advanced spirit master academy. There's no need to ask others for help. The boy said confidently. My talent is not bad. Even if I enter an ordinary advanced spirit master academy, I can still be discovered by various forces. It's not too late to join those established academies then. Alan is waiting here because he's unwilling to accept defeat. Chen Zi passed the buck to Qin Yuan. Now that Qin Yuan was back, he wanted to ask him directly about his attitude. Of course, with his grandson's talent, he is more than qualified to join the Spirit Hall Academy. However, he had a very unpleasant relationship with the Spirit Hall in his early years, and the two sides even broke off relations. Therefore, he was unwilling for his grandson to join the Spirit Hall Academy. Yunur, come with Grandpa again. Maybe your third spirit ring will be found. Alan pulled the boy forward. The boy muttered under his breath, Grandpa, no one could accept what you did back then. Now you're going after the victim, aren't you just asking to be scolded? As they approached the shop, the two overheard the Soul Hunter team discussing the matter and learned that the stranger was none other than Poison Douluo Douluo. Alan's aged eyes lowered slightly. I didn't expect the rumors in the village to be true. Those brothers really did gain the favor of a titled Douluo powerhouse. If only I had known. Alan sighed repeatedly in his heart. However, what's done is done, and all he could do was beg Qin Yuan to forgive and forget and recommend his grandson to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy or other established academies. He knew that Qin Yuan had led the royal fighting team to second place in the previous Soul Master competition, and must have a lot of influence in recommending students. As long as he was willing to step in, everything could be resolved. Inside the office, Qin Yuan and Du Gubo reviewed the mission. These long-term commission tasks are not urgent in terms of time, so the types of commissions are relatively limited. Most of them are Soul Emperor level experts from small and medium-sized families, who have made appointments to help them hunt for the 7th Soul Ring in a few years. Qin Yuan didn't care about these nonsensical tasks, he was more interested in the adventure missions. Explore the destruction mountains of the Star Luo Empire. Du Gubo stroked his chin, as if he had thought of something. Brother, you should know about the destruction mountains, right? The destruction mountains are a barren land, almost devoid of vegetation, and there are no human villages nearby. It is truly a wasteland within a wasteland. Almost every powerful individual who has traveled across the continent knows the condition of this place. Du Gubo continued, the destruction mountains were not naturally formed, it is said to be related to an ancient legend. In my early years, when I was traveling across the continent, I found an ancient ruin in a cave in the destruction mountains. Unfortunately, the ancient ruins were completely dilapidated and poorly preserved. There were some soul bones and inheritances inside, but they have all turned to dust. Soul bones have a certain time limit, a fact that Qin Yuan has repeatedly verified in the Spirit Hall's database. Generally speaking, newly born soul bones will have good absorption effects within a few thousand years. However, if more than 2,000 years have passed, even without external damage, the quality of the soul bone will still be greatly reduced. A soul bone that is over 10,000 years old is no different from a stone, and there is no possibility of absorption. Of course, this theory does not apply to the inheritance of soul bones. As long as someone absorbs a soul bone, the Soul Master's soul power will nourish it and prevent it from decaying. In ancient ruins that have been neglected for tens of thousands of years, the unearthed remains of the deceased have almost all lost their purpose, although there are exceptions. Soul tools from ancient times had many functions, including some for maintaining the environment. If Du Gubo had been luckier, perhaps his strength today would be different. The destruction mountains are sparsely populated, and many powerful individuals go there to cultivate in seclusion before their death. Tens of thousands of years ago, the soul guidance device technology on the Douluo continent had not yet been discontinued, and those powerful individuals built many cave dwellings in the destruction mountains. Perhaps the person who made this request has obtained some information. Chen Zi couldn't help but ask, Senior Dugu, since this place is so remote, why didn't the person who made the request go there themselves, but instead issue the request? Du Gubo smiled, gesturing for him not to rush. What I'm about to say is the important part. Back then, I did gain something from that dilapidated ruin, something about the secret of the formation of the Destruction Mountain Range. The text recorded in the book, let alone 10,000 years, would rot away in a few years if not properly preserved. Fortunately, Du Gubo found some stone tablets with inscriptions on them in the ruins he was exploring. If text is stored on stone slabs, it can be passed down for hundreds of thousands of years as long as it is not damaged by humans. I can roughly determine that this site was left 30,000 years ago. And the tone of the inscription on the stone slab still refers to the ancient period, so it must be even more ancient. The destroyed mountains are barren, and even if people plant them, the plants will wither spontaneously within half an hour of being planted. According to the valley legend that Douluo learned from the stone slab, the Destruction Mountain Range was a battlefield remnant left behind after a great battle between two gods in ancient times. Furthermore, the interior of the Destruction Mountain Range is extremely dangerous, with frequent violent lightning and annihilation winds. If an ordinary soul master is struck by these supernatural forces, they will almost certainly die. The Destruction Mountains are barren and the caves inside are mostly man-made, scattered and difficult to find. In such an environment, there is almost no way to avoid these supernatural forces. Back then, I only explored the outer area. According to the records on the stone tablet, there is some kind of extraordinary opportunity in its core area. Even an ordinary person who obtains that opportunity can become a local overlord. So, the person who made the commission was just trying to get you to take risks so he could reap the benefits. Qin Yuan nodded, digesting the information. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Brother, should we accept this mission or not?" Douluo shook his head. "It's up to you. However, in my opinion, don't accept it for now. You've only just broken through to Soul Douluo and need to digest your current strength. It's not too late to consider it after you break through to title Douluo." Moreover, the employer did not set a time limit. It seems that he received some kind of information a long time ago, and he has waited for so many years, so a few more years in the future will not make a difference. Qin Yuan had an idea in mind. Since the system hadn't released any missions, he decided not to take any risks. "Big brother, you've broken through?" Chen Zi asked with a face full of joy. In contrast, he had received abundant cultivation resources and cultivation methods from Qin Yuan over the years, which enabled him to barely break through to the Soul Emperor level. The difference between people is truly greater than the difference between a person and a dog. Qin Yuan pressed his hand down. It was just a matter of chance. Don't spread the news of my breakthrough. The shop will still have trouble in the future. I need to hide my strength so that I can take the enemy by surprise and deliver a fatal blow. As they were speaking, there was a knock on the door. After receiving permission, the man entered the room and first bowed, saying, "Big boss, Senior Douluo." He then looked at Chen Zi and said, "Boss, that grandfather and grandson have come back again." Chapter 125 Past Events Gone with the Wind. Chen Zi was shocked and quickly gave his subordinates a meaningful look. "You know, Qin Yuan almost killed Alan with a knife back then. Now that Alan has run into the line of fire, who knows what might happen." Considering the last remaining affection between them, Chen Zi would definitely want to save the grandfather and grandson. Upon seeing this, the subordinate immediately realized something was wrong and tried to leave the office. Qin Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What's all this secrecy about?" "Bring them in. Golden Knife Shop is a service industry, and disputes are inevitable. It would be bad if the reputation were ruined by a small matter." Of course, he believed in Chen Zi's abilities, but he didn't know why he was hiding them like this. Chen Zi sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Bring the person over here." As he spoke, he looked at Qin Yuan and said cautiously, "Big brother, please don't get angry later. Even if you want to kill someone, please restrain yourself and listen to them finish speaking first." Qin Yuan smiled helplessly. "You're all grown up, how could you act impulsively?" Douluo was also curious about this, but seeing Chen Zi's expression, it was obviously a private matter for him, so he didn't want to interfere and stepped aside to quietly watch how things developed. Soon, Alan and his grandson were led in. Chen Zi's heart was in his throat, fearing that Qin Yuan would strike directly. But Qin Yuan's actions surprised him. Qin Yuan remained calm and showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. "So it's Dean Allen. It's been a long time," Qin Yuan said casually, his attitude unreadable. However, his thoughts can already be seen from the way he is addressed. He treated Alan like a complete stranger. Alan's face was full of bitterness, and his expression was one of deep guilt. Then, Qin Yuan's innate soul power was level 5. After graduating from the primary Soul Master Academy, he only had a Soul power of level 10 or so. He had not yet broken through to the level of a great soul master, which was not enough to attract the attention of those high-level soul master academies. Qin Yuan was just an orphan. Although he was taken care of by Chen Zi's family, they were just ordinary people. The tuition for the intermediate soul master academy was not low, and there were no work-study spots available. Given their backgrounds, they naturally couldn't afford to attend an intermediate-level soul master academy. However, venturing across the continent with only a dozen or so levels of soul power is far too dangerous. At that time, Alan, the dean of the Junior Soul Master Academy, took them in and arranged some easy jobs for them at the academy so that they could earn some living expenses while cultivating. If things ended there, then Alan would be their mentor and benefactor. Now that Qin Yuan and Chen Zi have achieved their current strength and status, they might return to the village to help Alan build an ancestral hall. Unfortunately, Alan was too selfish and incapable of empathy. He acted entirely on impulse, doing whatever came to mind. After working at the Junior Soul Master Academy for 2 years, Qin Yuan and Chen Zi broke through to become great soul masters one after the other, and it was also with Alan's help that they hunted down the soul rings. The two were not older than the enrollment requirements for the Advanced Soul Master Academy, but they had no chance to enroll because of their poor family background. At that time, Alan had good relationships with the admissions offices of several ordinary high-level Soul Master Academies and had quotas for recommending students. Qin Yuan and Chen Zi then approached him, asking for the spot. If it were just a simple refusal, the two wouldn't feel resentful towards Alan. After all, he wasn't their parent, helping them was a favor, not an obligation. The problem was that Alan agreed to their request and ostensibly arranged for them to study at an advanced Soul Master Academy, but secretly sold them to a nobleman to work as henchmen. He sold the nomination slots at a high price to the children of several gentry families. By the time Qin Yuan and Chen Zi realized what was happening, they had already arrived at the nobleman's mansion, and there was no chance of escape. What is the difference between selling someone into slavery without their knowledge and murdering their parents? Fortunately, the nobleman died of illness not long after, and his children fought over the inheritance, causing the family to break apart, which gave Qin Yuan and Chen Zi the opportunity to escape. Afterwards, Qin Yuan charged into Alan's mansion with a knife, but Chen Zi intervened repeatedly, preventing a fight to the death. After that incident, Qin Yuan and Chen Zi traveled across the continent and later joined the Soul Hunter Squad. Betrayed by the person they trusted most, the two sides were almost locked in a life-or-death struggle. Because Alan had previously arranged jobs for Chen Zi's parents and provided assistance to the Chen family during their most difficult time, thus incurring their kindness, Chen Zi did not kill him. But what about Qin Yuan? Alan lowered his head, but his expression was firm as he said, "Qin Yuan, I know what happened back then was wrong. I'm willing to become your servant to atone for what I did." Qin Yuan suddenly laughed. "You're almost 80 years old, aren't you? What, didn't you embezzle enough when you were young? Now you want me to take care of you in your old age? Is this your grandson? He appears to be only 14 years old, yet he possesses cultivation close to that of a soul venerable. You're willing to admit your mistake, perhaps to secure a future for your grandson." Junior Yan greets all seniors. Compared to Alan, Yan's attitude was much more sincere. He knew that his grandfather owed Qin Yuan and Chen Zi too much, and he didn't expect them to help him. He only hoped to resolve this grudge so that his grandfather wouldn't be troubled by this knot in his heart before he died. Of course, he didn't expect to be forgiven. "Seniors, I've heard my grandfather mention the past. I know he's wronged you, and I know I shouldn't have come to ask for your help. Over the years, whenever Grandpa recalls what happened back then, he weeps bitterly and even feels ashamed of himself." Alan certainly regretted it. After all, Qin Yuan and Chen Zi's potential afterward had surpassed his own. With such assistance, his family would not have fallen into such a state. Yan didn't know if he was truly repentant, but because of their conflict with the spirit hall, only he and his grandfather were left to depend on each other for survival. Regardless, Yan wanted to do his filial duties so that his grandfather wouldn't have to go to the coffin with regrets after his death, thus fulfilling the old man's wish. "Your family was almost wiped out, that's the retribution you deserved." Du Gubo sneered. "What, you think betraying others is something to be proud of, and you have to bring it out into the open? Hee hee, Brother Qin is too proud to take action, but I don't mind eliminating the threat completely. As he spoke, the oppressive aura of a tidal Douluo swept towards the grandfather and grandson, but was stopped by Qin Yuan. The past will fade away with the wind, and enemies will also wither away, eventually becoming old friends. The matter between him and Alan did not involve Yan, let alone warrant him taking his anger out on a junior. Qin Yuan glanced coldly at Alan, then turned to Yan, his expression softening considerably. How similar is Yan's current situation to his situation back then? He wanted to join a prestigious high-level Soul Master Academy, but he had no opportunity. Everyone has selfish motives. He won't forgive Alan, but Alan is currently in a life-or-death situation, so there's no need for him to take action. It's likely that Alan is only clinging to life for the sake of his grandson. Choose one from all the academies in Tiando City, Qin Yuan said. Chapter 126 Fading Away Old Friends. Regardless, Alan lent a helping hand to Qin Yuan and Chen Zi during their most difficult time, otherwise, they would have entered the world of Soul Masters much earlier and would probably be dead long ago, let alone have achieved what they have today. Kindness is kindness, and resentment is resentment. Besides, Qin Yuan didn't want to make things difficult for a junior. For Qin Yuan, getting Yan admitted to any academy was a simple matter of a word. Of course, how many cultivation resources Yan would receive after joining the academy would depend on Yan's own efforts. Qin Yuan would not provide any assistance. Thank you, senior. Yan bowed 90 degrees, his attitude sincere. Alan visibly relaxed, knelt down, and kowtowed without regard for his dignity. He knew that with Qin Yuan's current strength, he didn't care about these grudges at all, and didn't want to have anything to do with him. But Qin Yuan relented, proving that the matter was over. Although Alan is selfish, he knows what to do next. For the sake of his grandson and for the sake of the family line, he had to do it. Chen Zelian said, Professor Alan, now that you have what you wanted, let's leave. We still have official business to attend to. Yes, we'll leave right away. With Yan's help, Alan left the office. After seeing the other person walk away, Douluo said, You are still too kind. Fortunately, Alan is determined to leave, and given his advanced age, he probably won't live past tonight. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then said, People don't have to live in the past, nor are they bound by past grudges. Looking forward and maintaining a positive attitude is the true meaning of life. So many years have passed, and if it weren't for Alan's appearance, he would have long forgotten about it and wouldn't have bothered to bother with it. Douluo suddenly smiled and leaned back lazily in his chair. You are quite magnanimous. If I had your magnanimous mindset, I probably would have broken through to the Super Douluo realm long ago. In Soul Master cultivation, mindset is of paramount importance. Being blinded by hatred will only lead to losing oneself, just like Bibi Dong. Duke Lei Zhen's mansion. Upon learning of Lei Meng's return, Lei Zhen was overjoyed and immediately ordered his servants to prepare a banquet. Several days ago, Emperor Shui issued an imperial edict recognizing Lei Meng's right to inherit the title without fail and bestowing upon him the title of Crown Prince. The titles of Crown Prince and Son of a Duke are essentially the same. However, the latter is not guaranteed to inherit the title, while the Crown Prince is always the heir. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he becomes the new duke upon his father's passing. It can be said that from the moment Lei Meng returned to Tiando City, he was already a rising star in the court, attracting the attention of thousands. My son, you've suffered so much these past years. Lei Zhen patted Lei Meng's shoulder, his expression constantly changing, before he said strangely, half a year ago you wrote back saying you only had a cultivation level of 50-something, how come you're a soul emperor now? Lei Meng didn't mention the immortal herb aloud, only saying that it was with his teacher's help. Of course, he didn't know anything about the immortal herb and didn't know how to explain it. Lei Zhen suddenly realized and hurriedly asked, I see. Where's Brother Qin? Didn't he come back with you? He then angrily said, Don't you know how to handle things? Your teacher has been very kind to you, and this is how you treat him. Lei Meng felt very wronged. He invited Qin Yuan, but the latter refused. What kind of behavior would it be to forcefully invite him? Lei Zhen lightly kicked him and said irritably, What are you still standing there for? Where do you think you got your position as heir? Why don't you prepare some? generous gifts and go visit your teacher. Lei Meng was on the verge of tears. Lei Zhen had always been short-tempered and would often beat and scold him. Now that he had returned in triumph, he hadn't even had a good meal or drinks, but instead had been beaten up. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Fengji, do you really intend to let Ning Rongrong stay at the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Bone Douluo asked. Ning Rongrong studied at the Heaven Do Royal Academy for several years, making significant progress in her abilities. Due to the relationship between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Do royal family, Ning Rongrong received special attention and training from the academy. However, no one understands the cultivation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul better than the experts of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If Ning Rongrong stays at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, her future cultivation progress will inevitably fall behind. Ning Fengji originally intended to bring Ning Rongrong back, but Qin Yuan's return to Tiando City today changed his mind. Rongrong is doing well in her training at the academy, so why not let her stay? Besides, Qin Yuan is back. Back then, Qin Yuan only led the team for 3 months, and he almost led the royal fighting team to victory. Coupled with his achievements at the Spirit Hall Academy in recent years, he is indeed a rare and outstanding teacher. Soon, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy will recruit him again, and he will lead the team in the next competition. The team has a very high chance of winning the championship. Sword Bone Douluo, however, did not think so. With Qin Yuan's current strength, he would at least be a director at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. If Qin Yuan were willing to join the royal family, becoming the 4th Education Committee member would not be impossible. In recent years, Qin Yuan has risen too fast and even has a 100,000-year soul ring. How could he be allowed to only serve as a team leader? Fengji, Qin Ming, the team leader of Royal Fighting Team 1, although he also has the surname Qin, is far weaker than Qin Yuan. I've met him a few times, and I always feel that this guy is a bit unreliable. With Rongrong's talent, joining Royal Fighting Team 1 wouldn't be difficult, but under Qin Ming's leadership, I don't think Royal Fighting Team 1 can go very far on the competition stage. Ji Yu Rong pouted. Ning Fengji was slightly stunned. Yes, the reason Ning Rongrong stayed at the Heaven Do Royal Academy was precisely because of Qin Yuan. If Qin Yuan no longer leads the team, and Qin Ming takes over, does he have the ability? The geniuses of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School never participate in the Soul Master competition. If they do participate but fail to achieve good results, they will bring shame to the school. Let Rongrong stay at the academy for now, and we'll make further arrangements based on Qin Yuan's movements. Sword Dao Chenxin added, Fengji, have you forgotten that besides being good at teaching students, Qin Yuan is even more skilled at fighting? Initially, Qin Yuan caught his eye because of his strength. It was only because of the commission that everyone assumed Qin Yuan was good at teaching. Ning Fengji chuckled, I had forgotten about that. In that case, perhaps Qin Yuan can handle it. However, let's not issue the commission, let Rongrong go herself. As the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong needs to have her own team. Qin Yuan is much younger than Ning Fengji and Sword Bone Douluo, making him very suitable as Ning Rongrong's future team. Therefore, sending Ning Rongrong to contact him is the right choice. Bone Douluo reminded him, by the way, Fengji, the heavenly rank auction is about to be held soon. Should we prepare more funds? I heard there are some good soul bones at this auction. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and then instructed. Prepare more rare and precious materials, such as soul bones, as these are mostly traded through barter. Chapter 127 Taking Action Against the Dragon and Snake Family. Inside the office of the Golden Knife Shop, Qin Yuan put down the commission information in his hand. Aside from the exploration mission to destroy the mountain range, the other missions were insignificant, or rather, of no help to Qin Yuan, who now possessed the strength of a Contra Douluo. Qin Yuan wasn't in a hurry, even without any assigned tasks from the system. Having just broken through to the Soul Douluo level, he needs to consolidate his strength and there's no need to rush into accepting missions. In truth, at this point, the system's 3-star missions pose little danger to him. Back then, his mission to escape death in Sylve City was a 3-star mission, but if it were him today, such a 3-star mission would be no threat at all. Similarly, the rewards from the 3-star missions, apart from increasing the age of the soul rings, had no other effect on him. To further improve his strength, he would need to rely on 4- and 5-star missions. Therefore, he preferred to wait for high-quality missions rather than accepting 1- or 2-star commissions indiscriminately. After putting aside his official duties, Qin Yuan went to a courtyard behind the shop. Since the establishment of the store headquarters, Chenzi has built this courtyard specifically for Qin Yuan. The facilities here are complete. After wandering for more than 10 years, Qin Yuan finally has his own place to live and no longer has to wander around for a long time. In the courtyard, Qin Yuan and Du Gubo lay on rocking chairs, discussing some things. Since Yan Yan absorbed the immortal herb you provided, her strength has increased by leaps and bounds. I estimate that by the time the Soul Master competition comes around, Yan Yan will probably be able to break through to Soul Douluo. Yi Lingling's talent is also quite good, she's at least a high-level Soul Master. Speaking of Yi Lingling, Du Gubo laughed and said, "Brother, Yi Tianxin owes you a great favor back then. He mentioned to me more than once that he would host a banquet for you when you return. When are you free? I'll make the arrangements." Qin Yuan is already a Soul Douluo powerhouse, so he should get to know some of the powerful figures on the continent. As a senior, it is only right for Du Gubo to take care of the juniors. Moreover, many powerful figures on the mainland owe Yi Tianxin favors, and by contacting Yi Tianxin, they can make acquaintances with many powerful figures in the future. Qin Yuan didn't care, but he saved Yi Tianxin not to make her owe him a favor, but because Yi Tianxin's actions were worthy of respect, and he sincerely thanked her for her contributions to the Soul Master world. As they were speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Du Gubo laughed and said, "Brother, your first disciple has arrived. Would you like to see him?" Besides Lei Meng, there was also Lei Zhen. Qin Yuan quickly stood up and opened the courtyard gate. Outside the door, Lei Zhen's voice boomed, "Brother Qin, you're back without even saying a word. We agreed that I'd treat you to drinks when you got back. What, you're not going to give your old brother that face?" Qin Yuan gave a wry smile and explained, "Brother Lei, what are you saying? I just got back and I still have some things to take care of." "Brother Lei, it's you." Du Gubo greeted him with a smile. Back then, Lei Zhen and Qin Yuan rescued Yi Tianxin together, and afterwards Lei Zhen actively took care of the more than 100 children. Yi Tianxin owed him a favor. Du Gubo and Yi Tianxin had a good relationship. Later, Yi Tianxin hosted a banquet for Lei Zhen, and the two became acquainted. Of course, without Qin Yuan's help in making the connection, Lei Zhen would not have had the opportunity to meet Du Gubo, so he was very grateful to Qin Yuan. "Brother Dugu is here too. Perfect timing. I've arranged a banquet at my residence. How about we invite Senior Yi as well? Let's drink until we drop tonight." Du Gubo just wanted Qin Yuan to make contact with Yi Tianxin, so Lei Zhen hosting this banquet was perfect timing. Therefore, he agreed immediately. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Qin Yuan simply agreed. Of course, he also had some things to discuss with Lei Zhen. Inside the courtyard, Qin Yuan and the other two sat on recliners, while Lei Meng held a fruit platter and stood by, ready to serve them. Lei Zhen was very generous, and the gifts he sent were quite valuable, and they were all rare and precious materials related to the cultivation of the flame martial soul. Lei Zhen laughed and said, "Brother Qin, these are my son's gifts for becoming my disciple. Please don't refuse. My son's achievements today are inseparable from your guidance. From now on, you will be my brother. Teacher, please accept my bow." Lei Meng said sincerely. Qin Yuan waved his hand, "Now that I have decided to take you as my disciple, I will devote myself to teaching you in the future. Get up, there is no need for such a grand ceremony." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lei Zhen then addressed the dragon snake family's issues. "Brother Qin, I heard that when you were helping Munger obtain a spirit ring, you encountered an attack from the dragon snake clan. What are your thoughts on this?" After a pause, Lei Zhen spoke first. The dragon snake family has been accustomed to bullying others in Barak City. The Barak royal family has repeatedly petitioned His Majesty to help suppress their arrogance. Since they dared to lay a hand on Munger, they're going against me. I plan to teach them a lesson myself. These words are merely an attempt to find a plausible pretext. Of course, everything Lei Zhen said was true. The Heaven Do royal family had no title Douluo powerhouses at their disposal, and the strength of the peerless dragon and snake couple was almost at the level of an ordinary title Douluo. Naturally, the sole Douluo powerhouses of the Heaven Do Empire dared not offend them. They've attacked me and Lei Meng. This matter can't be left like this, but there's no need for Brother Lei to personally intervene, Qin Yuan stated. Douluo said in surprise, "Brother, if you have any concerns, why don't I step in? Your son and Brother Lei's son have been harmed, how can I stand idly by?" Qin Yuan smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Brother Douluo, you've misunderstood. The Dragon Snake clan still has some use, so there's no need to kill them. Besides, it's not that we won't retaliate against them. I've heard that the Dragon Snake family has seized a mine within the kingdom of Barak. The Dragon and Snake family doesn't have many businesses. Generally speaking, a large family will establish a business association in the name of the family in order to make money. Unfortunately, the Dragon and Snake family lacked business acumen, they simply relied on brute force to seize a mine and earn money for the family by selling ore. By gradually encroaching on their mines, the Dragon Snake family will lose its biggest source of income. Given that their family was already poor, it won't be long before they're starving. If we devour the entire mine in one fell swoop, the Dragon and Snake families will lose their source of income and will inevitably resort to desperate measures. Therefore, we cannot rush things, we must use a dull knife to slowly cut them down, gradually leading them into our trap." Qin Yuan had pondered this move for a long time and found it to be flawless. It was the perfect tool to use on the Dragon Snake clan. Lei Zhen suddenly smiled. "That's a good idea. Coincidentally, I know some people in the kingdom of Barak. I'll contact them and have them conduct long-term exercises around the Dragon Serpent family's mines. Block the roads and gradually control the amount of ore transported from the mines. We're not afraid they won't comply." Lei Zhen wouldn't let this go so easily. He needed to uphold the Duke's dignity and also build momentum for his son. Only a public apology from the couple, Geishi Longshi, will put an end to this matter. Chapter 128 Sworn Brothers. After finishing his business, Lei Zhen asked curiously, "By the way, brother, I heard that a new title Douluo has appeared. Is it true?" When Qin Yuan was entangled with the couple, the dragon and the snake, he did indeed sense the aura of a level 90 soul master. However, he dared not gamble that the other party meant no harm, so he did not dare to meet them and instead withdrew directly with Lei Meng. After Lei Meng told Lei Zhen about this, Lei Zhen was equally curious about who had broken through to the title Douluo level. "Since I broke through to the title Douluo level, no one on the continent has broken through for many years," Douluo said in a deep voice. "According to Brother Qin, that person is most likely from a hidden sect. I originally thought that the next person to break through to the title Douluo level might be Brother Qin, but now it seems that I was ignorant. I think it is most likely those people from the Clear Sky sect. There are many reclusive sects on the mainland, but these sects usually end their reclusive state once a powerful member breaks through to the title Douluo level. It should be understood that the main purpose of sects going into seclusion is to avoid conflicts on the continent, thereby allowing more powerful individuals to emerge within the sect. If powerful beings have already emerged but choose not to appear in the world, then why would they choose to deliberately remain hidden from the world?" Based on Qin Yuan's perception, there was at least one title Douluo powerhouse beside the opponent. To break through to the title Douluo level in one go, and for the sect to still choose seclusion, it seemed that apart from the Clear Sky sect, which was being pressured by the Spirit Hall, there was no one else like them. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment. With his godlike perspective, he knew that the title Douluo who had broken through during this period might be the Serpent Spear or Porcupine Douluo who was guarding Shui Cheng. However, when he was in Spirit City, Chrysanthemum Douluo mentioned the Elder Hall, which included Serpent Spear and Porcupine Douluo. Therefore, this breakthrough to title Douluo was not achieved by a Spirit Hall expert. If it's the Haoshan sect, then it makes sense. In the original timeline, during a long period of seclusion, the 5 elders of the Haoshan sect successively broke through to higher levels, but it was unknown which elder was breaking through this time. Brother Douluo's guess is very likely. However, the feud between the Clear Sky sect and the Spirit Hall has nothing to do with us. By the way, Brother Lei Zhen, what level are you now? Lei Zhen is one of the Empire's veteran soul Douluos, second only to Marshal Golong in the military. His strength is probably no less than that of Meng Xunji. Qin Yuan asked a question, his intention being to find a way to help Lei Meng break through to the title Douluo level. Qin Yuan did this for two reasons. First, to befriend Lei Meng and gain another title Douluo as a brother, he could take on more work in the future without worrying about retaliation. Secondly, Lei Zhen and he were kindred spirits. Qin Yuan had no vested interests, so keeping the immortal herb was worthless to him. Its value lay only in genuinely enhancing his strength. Who knows, after helping Lei Zhen break through, he might even be able to get some benefits from the system. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry about this matter, he was just mentioning it briefly for now. Lei Zhen didn't think much of it. He leaned back in his rocking chair and sighed, I'm not as good as you, Brother Qin. I only have level 88 soul power. I'll reach the peak of level 89 in the future, and that will be the end of it. I don't expect to break through to the title Douluo level. I just hope that Munger can achieve something. I will live up to my father's and teacher's expectations. Lei Meng said earnestly. Du Gubo suddenly laughed and said, Brother Lei, your son is quite good. He has a great chance of breaking through to the title Douluo level in the future. With that, he stood up. You all chat first. I'll go find old Yi. We'll meet at Brother Lei's residence later. Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Since returning, Yi Tianxin has stayed by Yi Lingling's side, guiding her in cultivation while also enjoying the protection provided by the Heavenly Do royal family. Of course, he did not join the Heaven Do royal family, their relationship was more like a cooperative one. That is, the Heaven Do royal family provided protection for Yi Tianxin, and Yi Tianxin would help heal some of the empire's powerful figures. After Du Gubo arrived, Yi Tianxin quickly learned of Qin Yuan's return. That's wonderful, I really want to have a drink with this talented young man. Yi Tianxin stroked his beard and laughed. Brother Lei is also quite good. I get along with him very well, and there's no deceit or treachery between us. Du Gubo was speechless. Old Yi, you are truly a man of principle. You suggested that we become sworn brothers before. Now that the opportunity is ripe, bring it up at the banquet. I will be the first to respond. Interactions between the strong are always primarily driven by self-interest. For example, Du Gubo and Swordbone Douluo have a good relationship, but this is based on the premise that there is no conflict of interest between them. If a direct conflict of interest arises, the relationship will immediately break down. When Du Gubo met Lei Zhen and Qin Yuan, he felt very relaxed, and since they always addressed each other as brothers, he thought that they would not refuse if he proposed to become sworn brothers. Brother Dugu, I must first tell Lingling about this good news. These past few years, she's almost. Du Gubo thought for a moment, then reminded him, Master, if you want Yi Lingling and Qin Yuan to, you should understand what I mean. If that's the case, regarding the sworn brotherhood, Yi Tianxin said irritably, Brother, this is just a pure teacher-student relationship, why are you thinking so much about it? Besides, even if Brother Qin really becomes my granddaughter's husband, so what? We can just settle things ourselves then. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo stopped trying to dissuade him. After all, if the person involved didn't mind, why should he? The training area for the royal fighting team is located on the back mountain. In the finals of the previous Soul Master competition, Lei Meng and others almost won the championship. As a result, the Heaven Do royal family paid more attention to the academy and increased its investment. This year's team is built around Du Guyan, a substitute player from the previous team. In the previous competition, Du Guyan performed admirably, and her soul power level has been continuously breaking through, making it highly likely that she will break through to Soul King before the competition. According to the 3 education committee members' estimates, Lei Meng was only a Soul Master in the last competition, yet he almost defeated a Soul King opponent. This time, Du Guyan is a Soul King powerhouse, so is the chance of winning even greater. As a result, Qin Ming, the team leader of the royal fighting team, rose in status within the academy and became the most important person after the 3 teaching committee members. With power and status, Qin Ming inevitably became somewhat arrogant, which explains why Bone Douluo had such a low opinion of him. The current royal fighting team is not much different from the original timeline. Even though the royal fighting team changed its team formation philosophy, there are only a few outstanding students in the academy, so they can only put them together to form a team. When Yi Tianxin arrived, Du Guyan and the others had just finished a round of training and were resting. Elder Yi Qin simply nodded in acknowledgement without bowing. Yi Tianxin ignored him and walked past him towards Yi Lingling and Du Guyan, saying, "Come with me." As he was leaving, he glanced at Qin with a very indifferent look in his eyes. It should be noted that even though Qin Yuan possessed the strength of a soul saint and had a 100,000-year soul ring back then, he was still extremely respectful to him. Who does Qin think he is? Just a 32-year-old soul emperor, yet he doesn't even take him seriously. Chapter 129 Yi Lingling's Thoughts. Although Yi Tianxin was too lazy to care about these formalities, Qin attitude made him very unhappy. On an open space not far away, Yi Tianxin was not disturbed by Qin and said with a smile, "Lingling, Yan, your teacher Qin is back. Let's finish today's cultivation early and come with me and Brother Dugu to the banquet." Teacher Qin is back. Yi Lingling's melancholy expression vanished, replaced by excitement. Teacher Qin was right. The orange tree had just borne its first small fruit yesterday when Teacher Qin returned. Clearly, Qin Yuan did not break his promise. "Grandpa, where is Teacher Qin now?" Yi Lingling asked hurriedly. Du Guyan took her arm and teased with a smile, "Lingling, girls should be a little more reserved. Aren't you being a little too eager?" Yi Lingling blushed and quickly explained, "No, I just miss Teacher Qin." Although Teacher Qin is also good, his teaching methods are nowhere near as good as Teacher Qin's. In Yi Lingling's heart, there is only one Teacher Qin. Even though Qin also shares the surname Qin, she will only call him Teacher Qin. Yi Tianxin laughed heartily. "Lingling, I have delivered the message. You should go and cultivate first. You will see Brother Qin tonight. Besides, Brother Qin has things to do, so even if you go there now, you won't be able to see him. Alright, don't let this interfere with your cultivation. You all go back first, and I'll come to pick you up later." Back in the group, Yi Lingling took off her veil, her face beaming with a smile. The rest of the royal fighting team were quite surprised by this. "Vice Captain, what's wrong with Lingling? This is the first time I've seen her without her veil," Oslo whispered. They were all children of nobles who came to the academy and formed teams at the request of the royal family, so they knew nothing about Qin Yuan. Yu Tianong, who considered himself a Casanova, chuckled and said, "Leopard, you and Little Bird have no chance. Lingling's behavior means she must have someone she likes. If it were the two of you, she would have removed her veil on the first day you met, instead of waiting until today." Yu Feng and Oslo exchanged a glance and couldn't help but feel nervous. "Who is it? Does it have a bigger background than us, or is it more handsome than us?" Yu Feng asked hurriedly. Yu Tianong shrugged and casually said, "How would I know? Why don't you go ask Lingling yourselves?" The two of them couldn't help but want to back out. They admired Yi Lingling, partly because of her amazing healing abilities. With her by their side, they were fearless in the face of any injury and could fight even harder in battle. But they didn't know Yi Lingling's thoughts. If they offended her because of this, it would be a big problem if they lost treatment in the future. It was evening at an inn in Tiando City. Since returning, Alan has been bedridden. Yan knew that his grandfather didn't have much time left, so he didn't rush to register at the academy. Instead, he quietly stayed by his grandfather's side. Suddenly, Alan grabbed his hand and said, "Son, go to the academy and study hard tomorrow. This opportunity is hard-won, so you must make the most of it. After Grandpa passes away, don't give him a grand funeral. Just bury his body on a mountaintop outside Tiando City. I'm sorry, Grandpa can't walk with you anymore." After saying this, Alan quietly closed his eyes. A final thought flashed through his mind. "Qin Yuan, Chen Zi, you are not bad people. I owe you for what happened back then. I hope I can take this debt of gratitude with me to my grave. From now on, I entrust Yun'er to your care. My children, my teachers, I've come to see you." With his last breath, Alan passed away on his sickbed, no longer breathing. Yan didn't cry or make a scene. Instead, she grabbed Alan's hand and silently knelt in front of the bed. He wasn't a naive child, he understood Alan's thoughts and knew that his grandfather had sacrificed everything for him. Grandpa may have felt guilty towards many people, but he owed nothing to him. After a long while, he ordered a coffin overnight, collected Alan's body, and buried him on the top of a high mountain outside Tiando City, the place closest to heaven, according to Alan's wishes before his death. The Lei family mansion was brightly lit at night. Lei Zhen and his son waited at the door. When they saw Qin Yuan and Chen Zi arrive for the banquet, they warmly welcomed them and Lei Meng led them to the venue. Before long, Lei Zhen led Du Gubo and the others to the venue, where all the guests had already arrived. Teacher Qin. Yi Lingling excitedly stepped forward, her voice trembling. Qin Yuan nodded slightly and replied with a light laugh, Lingling, Yanzi, it's been a long time. Du Guyan joked, I didn't expect Teacher Qin to be so punctual. However, I'm afraid the rest of the team won't be able to keep their promises. The team members from Lei Meng's graduating class weren't unwilling to return to see Qin Yuan. Rather, after graduation, they were all entrusted with important responsibilities by the empire, required to shine in their respective positions, and most went to serve in local governments. As local officials, they couldn't leave their jurisdictions to return for the appointment. 2 other trainees even sacrificed their lives while on a mission for the empire. Of course, Qin Yuan wouldn't force them to come back. Contributing to the people was what those trainees should do. The small gifts he prepared for the students could be sent out later through other channels. That's such a pity, Lei Meng sighed. The experience of the Soul Master competition is still fresh in our minds. I never imagined that only 3 years have passed and 2 of them would have passed away. The remaining classmates have also gone their separate ways and will never have the chance to meet again. Unlike Earth in my previous life, the Douluo continent lacks electronic communication devices like cell phones. Once separated, if you don't know where the other person is staying, it's practically a permanent farewell. Lei Junlang laughed, lightening the mood. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Come on, let's go have a drink. Munger, you take good care of the classmates. Logically, after Lei Meng was bestowed the title of Crown Prince, his first act upon returning to the empire should have been to host a banquet for all the major officials to pave the way for his future. However, Lei Zhen only hosted a banquet for Qin Yuan and others, without inviting any other officials to accompany him. Lei Zhen's style was completely different from those officials, and he disliked the backstabbing and intrigue at the dinner table. When he drank, he wanted to drink heartily and not think about those unpleasant things. Drinking with his brothers was the most relaxing and enjoyable thing. At the dinner table, Lei Zhen opened several jars of fine wine, each of which would be quite valuable if sold elsewhere. For Lei Zhen, the enjoyment and relaxation came from the wine itself, not from its monetary value. Everyone drank 1 cup after another, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Buddha jumps over the wall, a dish that costs a fortune outside, can be enjoyed as much as you want at a dinner table. It's simply outrageous. On the other side, Lei Meng hosted Yi Lingling and the others. Both sides were students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and Lei Meng was the captain of the previous team. Du Guyan asked him for a lot of advice on leading a team. However, Yi Lingling's mind was not on this. Her gaze kept glancing towards the main table and at the people drinking. Chapter 130 Sworn Brotherhood, another 5-star mission. After a few rounds of drinks, Lei Zhen raised his glass and said generously, Brother Qin, the Tiando auction house will be holding a top-tier auction in a month. Come with me then, and I'll give you whatever you like. The top-tier auctions do not have a fixed schedule. They are only held when the auction house receives a sufficient number of high-quality items. They are generally held every 2 to 3 years, with the longest one lasting as long as 10 years. Yi Tianxin picked up the thread and said, This auction is unprecedented in scale, and there are some medicinal herbs that I'm interested in. I'll go and join in the fun. Although the medicinal materials in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire are of extremely high quality, the variety is limited. After all, most medicinal herbs that grow in the springs of ice and fire have the properties of ice and fire. Some other medicinal herbs, although they can be grown, are not very effective. Young friend Qin is a newly promoted Soul Douluo powerhouse. Why don't you join in the fun? I heard from Brother Dugu that you also have some insights into medicinal herbs. Could you give me your opinion? Qin Yuan did not refuse and respectfully accepted. I will not refuse Senior Yi and Brother Lei's invitation. Yi Tianxin was very satisfied. It should be noted that Qin Yuan is one of the youngest Soul Douluo powerhouses on the continent, and he may have the opportunity to break Tang Hao's record as the youngest title Douluo in the future. Such a gifted person was very respectful to this old fellow, while Qin Ming, on the other hand, was already strutting around with pride after achieving even a little success. Yi Tianxin is the only healing-type soul master on the continent at the soul Douluo level, and he has his own pride. He will respect others if others respect him. To be honest, he was only 80% inclined to become sworn brothers with Qin Yuan before, with 20% of his concerns remaining, but now, compared to Qin Ming, he has no more concerns. Seeing that everyone was about to discuss serious matters, Chen Zi staggered to his feet and said, "Brother, seniors, I can't hold my liquor and really can't drink anymore." As he spoke, he made a gesture as if he was about to vomit, then quickly left his seat, handing over the stage to everyone to discuss serious matters. He was brought by Qin Yuan to meet Yi Tianxin and Lei Zhen. Now that his purpose has been achieved, it would be tactless for him to stay any longer. Yi Tianxin chuckled and teased Chen Zi, then suggested, "I haven't known Brother Qin and Brother Lei for very long, but you two are very much to my liking. I'll take the liberty of calling you brothers, please don't mind." Lei Zhen and Qin Yuan raised their glasses and said with a smile, "We are honored to be regarded as brothers by you, senior. It is truly a great honor for you to elevate us." Yi Tianxin and Du Gubo had discussed it beforehand, and Du Gubo took the opportunity to speak. "Brother Qin and I are bosom friends, as close as brothers. I don't have many trustworthy friends, so I'm very happy to see old Yi and Brother Lei today. How about we become sworn brothers, and pursue the pinnacle of the Soul Master world together in the future?" Yi Tianxin quickly replied, "I have no objection. What about you two brothers?" Lei Zhen pounded his chest, a brief look of surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes, but he quickly made up his mind. "I, Lei, do not like to mingle with the crowd and I don't have many friends. I am grateful that you two brothers don't mind, so I, Lei, am willing." Qin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. He had originally intended to support Lei Zhen as a future backer, but he had some concerns. Now that they had become sworn brothers, his concerns naturally disappeared. Especially Yi Tianxin, although a support-type soul master, his future help to him would definitely be significant. Of course, if the opportunity arises in the future, Qin Yuan will not keep it to himself and will share it with everyone. The four men raised their wine cups together, pointing towards the sky. "We four hereby swear brotherhood, with heaven and earth as our witness, and the sun and moon as our proof. We do not ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but only." Du Gubo coughed lightly and interrupted, "Brother Qin is the youngest. This condition would be taking advantage of him. How about we change it to sharing the good times and the bad times? It is extreme, it is extreme." The group repeated Du Gubo's words, drank the sworn brotherhood wine, and thus became sworn brothers. Du Gubo was the oldest and was chosen as the eldest brother, followed by Yi Tianxin, then Lei Zhen, and Qin Yuan was the youngest. "Second brother, third brother, since we're all brothers, I won't hide anything from you." As he spoke, Qin Yuan took out 2 immortal herbs from his soul tool and handed them to the two of them. Yi Tianxin was extremely familiar with medicinal herbs and had heard of the legendary herb, making her more knowledgeable than Du Gubo in this regard. This is some kind of rare and precious natural material that is suitable for absorption and refinement. It's incredibly valuable, Yi Tianxin exclaimed. Lei Zhen scratched his head, feeling a strange attraction to the medicinal herbs in his hand, but he didn't know what they were. Qin Yuan smiled and explained, "Second brother, third brother, you don't need to refuse. Both Brother Dugu and I have absorbed immortal herbs. Moreover, these immortal herbs were produced in Brother Dugu's treasure land. If they are helpful to your cultivation, you should thank Brother Dugu." Du Gubo shook his head, feeling quite ashamed. "I am guarding a treasure mountain without even realizing it. Even if I knew these medicinal herbs were extraordinary, I did not know their effects, let alone how to take them. I should thank my fourth brother." Lei Junlang laughed. "So, this medicinal herb can help me break through to the title Douluo level." Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he smiled and said, "Thank you, fourth brother. I know the rules, so I'll entrust you with helping me break through to the title Douluo level. As for the reward, you can take anything in my manner that you fancy. If not, we'll wait for the top-tier auction in a month." Open black lens bracket A 5-star mission has been detected. Help Lei Zhen break through to the title Douluo level and obtain his 9th spirit ring. Mission complete. Reward: 1 chance for spirit evolution. Close black lens bracket. Indeed, as long as you treat others sincerely, you will surely reap the benefits. As for the reward, Qin Yuan did not completely refuse, saying, if there is anything I need at the auction, I will ask third brother. I hope third brother will not refuse. Yi Tianxin followed suit and issued the same commission. However, his soul power level was only level 83, and even if he absorbed the immortal herb, he would not be able to break through in a short time, so the system task was not triggered. The banquet lasted until late into the night, and both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. Before leaving, the group agreed to go together to help Lei Zhen hunt for spirit rings after he broke through. As for the choice of spirit rings, Lei Zhen had long harbored the ambition to break through to the title Douluo level, and thus he had already discovered the location of an 80,000-year-old soul beast. If he could break through, he wouldn't need to waste much time on his search for the soul beast. Of course, being rated as a 5-star mission by the system means that Lei Zhen's breakthrough was not easy, or that unexpected troubles might arise in the subsequent soul hunting. I wonder if Lei Zhen can break through before the top-tier auction. Now that the 4 have become sworn brothers, they will surely provide some assistance to Lei Zhen. Qin Yuan provided theoretical support. The Spirit Hall has the most title Douluos and the most experience in breakthroughs across the entire continent, and Qin Yuan shared everything without holding back. Du Gubo personally guided Lei Zhen on matters related to the breakthrough, while Yi Tianxin provided Lei Zhen with the rare and precious materials needed for the breakthrough. Chapter 131 I'll pay you 100,000 gold soul coins for 1 day of your time. The next morning, Qin Yuan delivered the materials Lei Zhen needed, and then all that was left was to wait for Lei Zhen's breakthrough. During the days that Lei Zhen was in seclusion, Lei Meng temporarily followed behind Qin Yuan. After all, Qin Yuan had officially accepted him as a disciple, and the Lei family was currently riding high, so it was inevitable that some people would try to sabotage them behind the scenes. Without Lei Zhen's protection, Lei Meng alone would have a hard time dealing with the situation, but with Qin Yuan's protection, those monsters and demons probably wouldn't dare to show their faces. In the courtyard, while instructing Lei Meng on cultivation, Qin Yuan was also contemplating the system's rewards. Last time, his martial soul evolved in terms of fire. It's unclear what direction this evolution will take. According to Qin Yuan's thinking, the flaming battle blade itself is already strong enough. Continuing to increase its firepower will be much more effective. If the goal is to increase the strength of one's martial soul, the effect will be less noticeable. After all, at the Soul Douluo stage, one won't encounter many battles, and even when one does, they will mostly be against opponents of equal strength. His martial soul strength is already sufficient to win, so further increasing its strength would be excessive and wouldn't significantly improve his performance in the short term. Of course, as long as his martial soul can evolve, he won't be picky. He just hopes it will go in the direction he envisions. Qin Yuan learned of Alan's passing last night early this morning. With the passing of the other party, the grudges between them vanished into thin air. Shortly after, staff from the Golden Knife shop came to report. Boss, young master. Before he could finish speaking, Lei Meng asked, looking completely bewildered, wait, when did I become the young master? Qin Yuan had no children, only this one founding disciple. The temperaments of the strong on the mainland are varied, but as long as they are willing to take on disciples, they take good care of them. There are also many precedents of passing on their businesses to their disciples. Therefore, the staff in the small shop privately believe that Lei Meng is the heir to the shop. Qin Yuan waved his hand, not dwelling on the issue of how to address him. Let's get to the point. The staff member clasped his hands in a fist and said, Boss, Princess Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has arrived and specifically requests to see you. What do you think? Ning Rongrong, it's been a long time, Qin Yuan murmured. He originally thought Ning Rongrong would go to Shrek Academy, but after asking Du Guyan yesterday, he learned that Ning Rongrong had been studying at the Heaven Do Royal Academy all these years. That's good, at least it saves us from being poisoned by those Shrek guys. Arrange a meeting room, I'll be there shortly, Qin Yuan instructed. In the reception room, compared to a few years ago, Ning Rongrong is no longer the little kid she used to be. She has grown quite a bit taller. She sat on the sofa with her cheeks puffed out, looking bored, her short legs swinging casually. As the door to the reception room opened, she jumped off the sofa and rushed forward. Qin Yuan, it's been a long time. The powerful members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School addressed Qin Yuan as Mr. Qin, while Ning Rongrong, who was very familiar with him, addressed him by his given name. Of course, Ning Rongrong brought him funds and good luck, and Qin Yuan didn't care about these titles. Miss Rongrong, it's been a long time. May I ask what brings you here today? Qin Yuan asked with a soft smile. Ning Rongrong pouted and snorted, can't I come if there's nothing wrong? Aren't we still friends? Of course. Qin Yuan chuckled, pointed to the sofa for Ning Rongrong to sit down, and then personally poured her a glass of water. Ning Rongrong was feeling thirsty, so she picked up her water glass and drank it all in one gulp. She then said, Brother Qin, I came here today to tell you that the Tiando auction house will be holding a Tian level auction soon. Ning Rongrong wasn't interested in auctions, her hobby was collecting luxury goods like gemstones. The Seven Treasures Merchant Guild's collection was far superior to that of auction houses, so she had no need to go. Therefore, she didn't hear Ning Fengji's instructions clearly, nor did she know the specific time. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had already learned of the relevant information yesterday. Ning Rongrong pressed on, Dad told me to tell you that you'll be going to the auction with him. Contra powerhouses can sit in the black seats at the auction, while the red seats are generally reserved for titled Douluo or nobles of exceptional status. Qin Yuan did not reveal his strength, and Ning Fengji took the initiative to invite him to enjoy the special treatment at the auction. Of course, Qin Yuan didn't particularly like interacting with Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji is too cunning, dealing with him is exhausting. Oh, why are you calling me Brother Qin again? Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue but didn't explain. Thank you for informing me, Miss Rongrong. However, I have already promised Poison Douluo that I will enter the arena with him, Qin Yuan explained. Ning Rongrong didn't pay much attention, she was just relaying a message. Brother Qin, my soul power has now reached level 30. Can you help me obtain my third soul ring? It's worth noting that Tang San managed to break through to level 30 in the impoverished city of Notting City while simultaneously working on blacksmithing and taking care of Xiaowu during his time at the primary Soul Master Academy. Not to mention Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong possesses the innate talent of level 9 soul power. After being educated by Qin Yuan, she has a good mindset for cultivation and has not caused any emotional disturbances in the past few years. In addition, with the resource allocation from the royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is not surprising that she has such a cultivation level. Open black lens bracket A 2-star mission has been detected. Help Ning Rongrong obtain her third soul ring. Mission complete. Reward: 30,000 gold soul coins. Close black lens bracket. 1 and 2-star missions primarily reward gold soul coins, which are of little use to Qin Yuan now. However, in the original timeline, after Ning Rongrong obtained the Qiluo tulip, her martial soul transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It's unknown whether the system will classify it as a martial soul evolution type commission task. Of course, Qin Yuan wouldn't rush to hand over the immortal herb and leave Ning Fengji with a huge favor, he wouldn't give up until then. Such a simple task can be handled by the soul hunting team under my command. Why do you need to come to me? Qin Yuan chuckled twice and placed a price list in front of Ning Rongrong. Friendly price, your third soul ring is half price. No, no, Ning Rongrong shook her head repeatedly, and took out a gold soul coin from her soul tool. Brother Qin, I'll offer 100,000 gold soul coins to have you take action personally. The sect has already found the location of the soul beast, so it only takes Brother Qin a day. The money was given by Ning Fengji, with the aim of strengthening the connection between Ning Rongrong and Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan might need some funds for the upcoming auction, so after thinking about it, he agreed. Maintaining my relationship with Ning Rongrong will ensure I'm well off financially in the future, so I'll consider this commission as doing her a favor. Lei Meng, let's head to Sunset Forest, Qin Yuan called out. At the foot of Tiando Royal Academy Mountain. After burying Alan, Yan came to enroll in the school. Compared to Blazing Fire Academy, he felt that Heaven Do Royal Academy was a better fit for his development. After all, being directly under the royal family, he would be easily assigned to a position of real power after graduation. With the protection of the Heavenly Do Empire, he could also rebuild his family in the future. Halt! No unauthorized personnel allowed inside. The guards at the foot of the mountain stopped him. Yan clasped his hands in a fist and explained, "Brother, Senior Qin Yuan is my introducer." Chapter 132 The Traitor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yan didn't know if Qin Yuan had given prior notice, so he simply mentioned Qin Yuan's name. Coincidentally, after Douluo returned yesterday, he mentioned it to the education committee on behalf of Qin Yuan. The guard, having received prior notice, hurriedly asked, "Are you Yan?" Yan was overjoyed and took out his household registration file to prove his identity. The guard stepped aside. "Go in. After you get up the mountain, go to the education committee. 3 members of the committee want to see you. They will arrange your enrollment afterwards." Yan thanked him and walked up the mountain. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy has a large number of students, but most of them adhere to the daily routine of sit at sunrise and rest at sunset. That is, they go out early to enjoy themselves and return to the academy to rest in the evening. If they weren't so extravagant, why would the royal fighting team have to struggle to assemble 7 members? As Yan went up the mountain, he noticed the people coming down. Seeing that they were all ignorant and incompetent, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The royal family invests a considerable amount in the academy, and since these spoiled brats don't cultivate, they naturally don't need those cultivation resources. As long as they don't give up on themselves, they can use as many of those resources as they want. Having stepped over the last step, Yan officially entered the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Not far away, Yan had been waiting for a long time. "You are Yan." Having received an affirmative answer, she gestured for the other person to follow her and led them to the education committee. A 14-year-old soul master with innate soul power at least level 7, such a talented student is rare even within the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The 3 academic committee members naturally wanted to give him a proper meeting to prevent him from being poached by other academies. In the Sunset Forest, with the help of Qin Yuan, a soul Douluo, and Lei Meng, a soul emperor, this soul hunt will be safe. The information about the soul beasts obtained by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was very detailed, and included a complete route map. Following the route map and taking into account the time required to absorb the spirit ring, 1 day should be enough to complete the task. On the way, Ning Rongrong was not idle. Her mouth was talking very fast as she talked about her experiences over the years, and even some minor conflicts with her classmates, asking Qin Yuan to judge them. A short while later, Ning Rongrong said, "Brother Qin, you accepted a mission from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School before, why did you also accept a mission from the Spirit Hall?" After the previous Soul Master competition ended, Ning Rongrong thought Qin Yuan would return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to continue teaching. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan joined the Spirit Hall Academy instead. Ning Rongrong waited anxiously at the Heaven Do Royal Academy for a long time, but he never showed up, and she felt quite resentful. Qin Yuan didn't explain directly. Instead, he took out 2 gold soul coins from his soul tool and handed them to Ning Rongrong. "Miss Rongrong, take a look and see which of these 2 gold soul coins is filthy and which is noble." Ning Rongrong looked up, slightly taken aback. Are there noble and vile versions of gold soul coins? She then carefully examined the 2 gold soul coins in her hand, remaining silent for a moment. Lei Meng, standing to the side, looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile, thinking to himself, what's the difference between making money? Teacher isn't a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so there's no need to be bound by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong stared at it for a long time, then finally gave up, saying, "I can't tell." Qin Yuan casually flicked his wrist, and 2 gold soul coins fell back into his hand. "It's all for making money. If I can make money from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I can naturally make money from the Spirit Hall. I'm a man of principle." When he rescued Yi Tianxin, even without the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's commission, he didn't attack any of their experts. At most, he merely toyed with Ning Tai. Ning Rongrong pouted, unsure how to respond. After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to change the subject. "Since Brother Qin only wants to make money, why not work for my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School again?" Qin Yuan did not refuse, saying, "As long as there are enough bargaining chips, it's fine." Ning Rongrong quickly gestured for Lei Meng to step back. What she was about to say concerned the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and could not be overheard by outsiders. Lei Meng shrugged, not refusing, and voluntarily retreated to the back of the group to keep watch for the two. Ning Rongrong glanced behind her to make sure she wasn't being overheard before speaking. "Brother Qin, a powerful figure from our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has defected. During his defection, he killed 2 Soul Saint level experts from the sect and robbed all the funds of the Seven Treasure Chamber of Commerce branch. My father wants you to take action and ensure that he is killed." To restore face for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qin Yuan shook his head, not because he was unwilling to accept the mission, but because there was too little known information. He had been tricked by Ning Fengji before, so he wouldn't accept the commission this time unless Ning Fengji provided detailed information. "Brother Qin, you." Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips, looking very dissatisfied. Qin Yuan added, "I need detailed information. Why that person defected, where they defected to, who instigated them, and their detailed circumstances. I need this information to assess the danger of the mission and then consider whether to accept the commission." Ning Rongrong handed over a prepared document to the other party, then crossed her arms, slightly displeased. "The intelligence is all here. Half a year ago, Grandpa Bone went to clean house, but because there were spies from other forces within the sect, the information was leaked in advance, and he ultimately returned empty-handed. Each of the major powers has its own spies planted among them. The traitor may not be a member of the Spirit Hall, but the Spirit Hall will secretly pass messages to the traitor in order to cause trouble for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, this is a difficult task for the powerful members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, if we don't clean house, others will surely follow suit in the future. If we open this door, the hearts of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will fall apart." Qin Yuan's 7th soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. The traitor is a mid-level soul saint. Qin Yuan is more than capable of killing him. Zhao Mingcheng had a cultivation level of 76 when he betrayed the party a year ago, and now he is suspected to have reached the high-level soul saint level. Intelligence indicates that Zhao Mingcheng's uncle broke through to the Soul Douluo level, while Zhao Mingcheng himself was not valued in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Under his uncle's instigation, Zhao Mingcheng defected with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's funds and joined the Holy Dragon School with his uncle. No wonder the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hasn't been able to take it down for so long. It turns out it's related to the lower 4 sects. Qin Yuan had a plan in mind. The Holy Dragon Sect Master, Tuoba Hope, is a peak soul Douluo and will break through to the title Douluo level in the future. According to the information Qin Yuan knew, apart from the sect leader, the Holy Dragon Sect had very few soul Douluo level experts, far fewer than the Elephant Armor Sect. Therefore, even if the Holy Dragon Sect has a title Douluo powerhouse, it will rank after the Elephant Armor Sect in the future re-election conference of the 7 major sects. This time, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School didn't try anything funny. This intelligence was comprehensive and was also a core secret of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. For some reason, Ning Fengji entrusted such a difficult task to Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong's temperament is much better than in the original timeline, she is too young to handle such important matters. Chapter 133 Exploiting Disciples. After a pause, Qin Yuan closed the document and asked, "What are the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's demands? Is it just to kill the traitor, or to kill his uncle as well?" Zhao Mingcheng's uncle was only a low-level soul Douluo. If Qin Yuan couldn't even kill such a powerful figure, then his 2 100,000-year soul rings could be used to feed pigs. Ning Rongrong had listened to this matter very carefully beforehand. She knew where the sect's bottom line was, and this was also a test from her father. Killing Zhao Mingcheng is the minimum requirement. Ning Rongrong held up 2 fingers. As long as you can kill him, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will give you a quota of 2 million gold soul coins, which you can exchange for treasures of corresponding value in the sect's treasury. Kill Zhao Mingcheng and display his head in front of the Holy Dragon Sect, and the reward will be doubled. If you can kill his uncle, it will be doubled again, giving you a total of 8 million gold soul coins to exchange. How was it? Ning Rongrong asked with a grin. Originally, the 7 treasure glazed tile school offered a maximum of 10 million, but Ning Rongrong voluntarily lowered the limit by 2 million to leave room for maneuver. It's important to understand that many treasures on the mainland cannot be purchased with just gold soul coins. The 7 treasure glazed tile school's direct provision of an exchange quota demonstrates their considerable sincerity. Open black lens bracket Samsung's commission mission detected. Defeat Zhao Mingchang. Reward. Increase the age of all soul rings by 1000 years. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A 4-star mission has been detected. Kill Zhao Mingchang and hang his head in front of the Holy Dragon sect. Reward. 1 external double wing soul bone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A 5-star mission has been detected. Kill Zhao Mingchang and his uncle. Reward. Max level self-created soul skill. 10,000 years of fury. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The rewards for the above tasks cannot be combined. Close black lens bracket. The system's 3 tasks correspond to the 3 reward conditions proposed by Ning Rongrong. There's not much to say about killing Zhao Mingchang. He was just a soul saint, while Qin Yuan was a soul Douluo powerhouse. Once Qin Yuan caught him, it was basically an instant kill with no chance to fight back. Therefore, the difficulty of this 3-star mission lies only in the prior planning and deployment. As for the requirements of the 4-star mission, they are not so simple. Hanging a severed head in front of the Holy Dragon sect's gates, isn't that a slap in the face to the Holy Dragon sect? The 7 treasure glazed tile school has established its authority, but the Holy Dragon school will likely not let it go easily. Although the lower 4 sects are still independent, Qin Yuan knows very well that they have already secretly pledged allegiance to Bibi Dong. While in Wuhan City, Qin Yuan witnessed Feng Beilong, the sect leader of Fengjian sect, meeting privately with Bibi Dong. Of course, Qin Yuan wasn't worried that Bibi Dong would use this against him. The lower 4 sects were, frankly, just Bibi Dong's 4 dogs. Their deaths were no big deal to her. The reward for a self-created soul skill is 1 level higher than that for an external soul bone. It seems that this self-created soul skill is not simple, Qin Yuan thought to himself. External soul bones are certainly good. After absorption, they only need to be slowly nurtured with soul power, and they will definitely reach the level of 100,000 years in the future. However, the greatest use of external soul bones with wings is flight. With the snow treading without a trace movement technique, Qin Yuan can already walk on the wind without the help of soul bones. Therefore, he focused on completing the 3-star and 5-star missions. Qin Yuan responded, 8 million it is, I accept. But when to go after Zhao Mingchang is up to me. I will definitely kill him within 5 years at the latest. Furthermore, I need the 7 treasure glazed tile school to cooperate with my actions. I need to discuss this in detail with Swordbone Douluo or your father. Ning Rongrong immediately showed a look of joy. Seeing that Qin Yuan did not refuse, she knew that her task was completed. I'm truly a good daughter to my father, saving the sect 2 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. The process of hunting for spirit rings for Ning Rongrong proceeded as expected. Lei family mansion. Lei Zhen has been in seclusion since last night, and his soul power is surging, reaching its peak. He was a veteran Contra powerhouse who had remained at level 88 for 2 years, just a little bit away from breaking through. Lei Zhen decided not to wait any longer. He took out the immortal herb, floated it in front of him, and used his soul power to refine it according to Qin Yuan's instructions. As the medicinal effects continued to enter his body, his soul power steadily increased, and he soon crossed the threshold of level 89. But he can't stop yet. On the mainland, the ratio of soul Douluo powerhouses to title Douluo powerhouses is almost 10 to 1, meaning that out of 10 soul Douluo powerhouses, only 1 can break through to the title Douluo level. The limitations of a soul master generally only appear when breaking through to the next major realm. Therefore, even a soul master like Lei Zhen, whose talent has been exhausted, can still reach the peak of level 89 by accumulating soul power in the future. But even a lifetime of effort might not be enough to overcome this hurdle. Following Du Gubo's guidance and Qin Yuan's experience in helping title Douluo's breakthrough, Lei Zhen knew during his seclusion that he couldn't linger for even a moment and had to break through to level 90 in one go. If he failed to break through, he would have no chance unless he found another similar immortal herb. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, Munger. For you all, I will definitely succeed in breaking through. Lei Zhen's mindset was extremely firm, his body was enveloped in lightning, and his soul power overflowed. Fortunately, the seclusion chamber was made of sturdy enough that it was not damaged. A day later, Qin Yuan received a double reward for completing Ning Rongrong's task. The system reward of 30,000 gold soul coins, plus the 100,000 gold soul coins provided by Ning Rongrong, brought the total to 130,000 gold soul coins. Compared to the soul hunting teams affiliated with Golden Knife Shop, their earning power is truly enviable. Although it was Lei Meng who made the move, this was a test from the teacher to the disciple, so how could Qin Yuan possibly pay the disciple a reward? Qin Yuan finally understood why some powerful figures in the Soul Master world were willing to take on many disciples, because exploiting their disciples could really earn them more money. Furthermore, the master-disciple relationship was extremely strong, essentially binding a bunch of long-term meal tickets. For example, some teachers at the Spirit Hall Academy often punish students by making them copy books. Isn't that just a way to make money? The copied books will soon be available for sale on the market. Of course, Qin Yuan couldn't keep exploiting Lei Meng indefinitely, he wasn't short of money. As for the others, that was none of his business. Upon returning to Tiando City, Ning Rongrong parted ways with Qin Yuan. She needed to consolidate her soul master cultivation and also needed to inform Ning Fengji of Qin Yuan's request. Qin Yuan's residence. Lei Meng explained his problem. Teacher, during this training, I felt that my feinting and real sword techniques were smoother, but I still couldn't reach the peak level. I wonder if you have any guidance. Qin Yuan shook his head and said, you'll have to figure out the rest of the cultivation yourself. It's like reading a novel, everyone has their own idea of what the protagonist is. I can only teach you the techniques, you'll have to understand the essence of the story yourself, and it should be based on your own understanding. Lei Meng had already mastered the swordsmanship, and Qin Yuan originally planned to teach him movement techniques and the 81 consecutive slashes. Neither of these techniques were something Lei Meng had figured out on his own, so he felt no pressure to pass them on. Chapter 134 An Assassination with Open Secrets. Next, Qin Yuan will have to attend the auction, help Lei Zhen obtain a soul ring, and complete the 7 treasure glazed tile schools commission. The effect of teaching movement techniques is better when it is done in a short period of time and in multiple consecutive sessions. Teaching them intermittently is a complete waste of time. Therefore, it's not too late to pass on the knowledge to Lei Meng after completing the recent tasks, and you can also get better system rewards along the way. As for his self-created fiery blade, he would never teach it to anyone. Selling one's grandfather's land is no big deal, but selling one's own land is absolutely heartbreaking. While waiting for Lei Zhen to emerge from seclusion, Qin Yuan didn't idle around, he spent the next few days cultivating in his residence. He had only recently broken through to the Soul Douluo level and originally planned to spar with Lei Zhen. Both were offensive-type soul masters, and sparring would be most beneficial to each other. Now that Lei Zhen is in seclusion, he can only wait until the soul hunting season to solidify his strength through battles with soul beasts. The following evening, Lei Meng was practicing his swordplay in the front yard, while Qin Yuan sat in a rocking chair nearby, leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, a breeze blew by. Qin Yuan has made breakthroughs in his swordsmanship in recent years, and he can clearly feel the sword intent contained in the evening breeze. Within Tiando City, there is only one powerful individual with such sword intent, Sword Dao Chenshin. He stood up, cupped his fists in greeting towards the direction the evening breeze was blowing, and said, "Greetings, Senior Sword Douluo." Sword Douluo. Lei Meng, who was cultivating, was completely astonished. From a distance, a figure in white was rapidly approaching. Without a second thought, Lei Meng rushed to the gate and pushed open the fence gate of the courtyard for Qian Daochenshin. "Greetings, Senior Sword Douluo." Lei Meng's attitude was very respectful. Although he had seen many titled Douluo powerhouses, this was the first time he had come into such close contact with one. Lei Meng did not linger and voluntarily left the courtyard, giving the space to Sword Douluo and his teacher. "With Senior Sword Douluo's visit, I presume my proposal has been approved by your sect." As he spoke, Qin Yuan beckoned Sword Douluo to sit down and poured him some tea. Sword Douluo didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. the sect leader agrees with Mr. Qin's suggestion. However, the sect leader and Old Bones have important matters to attend to recently and are unable to come to visit. We hope you won't mind. As a super Douluo, he sensed Qin Yuan's soul Douluo aura the moment he entered. Therefore, he addressed Qin Yuan with much greater respect, even treating him as a titled Douluo powerhouse. Keep in mind, how many years has it been since he first met Qin Yuan? He first met Qin Yuan 6 years ago, when Qin Yuan was only a soul king. In 5 years, he increased his soul power by an average of 5 levels per year. Such a cultivation speed is unimaginable at the soul king level and above. Even geniuses with innate full soul power wouldn't have such a rapid breakthrough speed in their early cultivation stages, right? Anyone with eyes could see that Qin Yuan possessed a great opportunity, but the 7 treasure glazed tile school had no desire for it. Firstly, Qin Yuan has good relations with many forces, some of which are enemies of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Offending Qin Yuan would only create unnecessary enemies. Secondly, Qin Yuan is also willing to work for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the two sides have a good relationship. If any external forces dare to harm Qin Yuan, they will be the first to step forward to recruit him and protect his safety. With Ning Fengji's wisdom, he couldn't be happier that Qin Yuan was hunted down by the Spirit Hall, thus completely binding him to their cause. Qin Yuan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Senior Sword Douluo, you flatter me. Since you are here, let me state my requirements." Having received an affirmative answer, he continued, "I need the experts of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to continue assassinating Zhao Mingcheng. Of course, we don't need to actually kill him, just put pressure on him." Chen Xin countered, "Won't doing this alert the enemy?" Qin Yuan shook his head. Chen Xin was not Ning Fengji after all. In comparison, he was a pure sword fanatic who had no interest in such deceit and treachery. Therefore, he did not understand Qin Yuan's intentions. Qin Yuan explained, "The 7 treasure glazed tile school hates Zhao Mingcheng to the bone. If they don't assassinate him, it will make him feel uneasy and even increase the security measures around him. The assassination I'm referring to isn't done in secret, but openly. Although it might damage the reputation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the short term, it's all worth it as long as Zhao Mingcheng is killed. In my opinion, the Holy Dragon sect would never dare to be an enemy of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Therefore, bringing the assassin into the open and letting everyone know about it can also ensure the safety of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's experts. At the same time, because they are out in the open, they lose their threat. If you were Zhao Mingcheng, what would you think of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's actions?" Sword Dao Chenxin pondered for a moment, then laughed and said, "If it were me, I would only think that the 7 treasure glazed tile school had run out of tricks and was even willing to disregard its reputation to make a statement to the whole continent. If they arranged a few failed assassinations in the meantime, Zhao Mingcheng would surely lower his guard." Little did he know, the real killing move was hidden in their scheme. As long as Zhao Mingcheng is killed, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will regain the face it lost earlier, so it doesn't matter. A good plan. I think it can be implemented. I will inform the sect leader when I return. Sword Douluo did not think Qin Yuan was a fool. After all, a fool who possessed a heaven-defying opportunity would never have survived until now. To this day, Qin Yuan remains safe, which is sufficient proof of his skill and wisdom. Sword Douluo sincerely admires such a junior, but it's a pity that Qin Yuan's martial soul is a blade. If it were a sword-type martial soul, he would definitely take him as a disciple. Although they are not master and disciple, swords and sabers are similar in some ways, so Sword Douluo can still give Qin Yuan some pointers. After finishing their business, Sword Douluo did not rush to leave. He smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, is there anything you don't understand about cultivation? I have some humble opinions that may be helpful to your cultivation. Why wouldn't you want guidance from a super Douluo, especially if it's free?" Qin Yuan did not refuse and immediately pointed out some problems he had with the artistic conception of swordsmanship, attempting to use the experience of Sword Douluo to break through to a higher level. In the following days, the 7 treasure glazed tile school continuously sent Qin Yuan the latest intelligence on Zhao Mingcheng, while Qin Yuan was cultivating and also thinking about assassination plans. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lei Zhen officially ended his short-term seclusion. He couldn't break through level 90 with the medicinal power of the immortal herbs alone. Fortunately, with the help of the high-grade medicinal herbs in the yin-yang well of ice and fire and the cultivation materials prepared by Yi Tianxin, he was able to break through the shackles in one go and successfully enter the ranks of true peak experts. Immediately after the breakthrough, he gathered several sworn brothers to share the joy of the breakthrough. Lei Zhen originally planned to hold a banquet at his mansion, but Qin Yuan stopped him, saying, "Third brother, it's not too late to hold the banquet after we obtain the 9th soul ring. And have you forgotten? There's an auction coming up next. In the Douluo continent, strength is paramount. At auctions, it is almost impossible to hide one's identity. There are countless examples of people who have money to buy items only to have them stolen afterward. Even though the Lei family lives in Tiando City, they cannot be careless." Chapter 135 Reencounter with Kanghui Academy. By concealing their strength, they can catch the enemy off guard when those petty villains make their move, and even gain some money and resources in the process. Lei Zhen laughed loudly. "Fourth brother is right, it was I who did not consider it carefully." Douluo urged, "Let's set off this afternoon. The sooner we finish the soul hunt, the better we can make it to the auction. We can't afford to delay." Lei Zhen's target spirit ring is an 80,000-year-old thunder dragon. With Douluo, a titled Douluo, backing him up, and Yi Tianxin assisting him, Qin Yuan and Lei Zhen will be able to focus their attacks without any trouble. However, this is a 5-star mission, and the process will definitely not be easy. Moreover, the key to whether the mission is completed has nothing to do with Qin Yuan himself, but depends on Lei Zhen. Before setting off, Qin Yuan made thorough preparations to avoid any unexpected events that might occur during the soul hunting journey. As for Lei Meng, Lei Zhen arranged for him to go to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, which was to use the influence of the royal family to shield Lei Meng from those monsters and demons. After the four had finished explaining everything, they quietly left Tiando City. Their destination was the Stardow Great Forest, a journey that would take at least half a month by carriage. Fortunately, all four were high-level soul masters, and their walking speed was extremely fast. In just a few days, they arrived at a soul-hunting forest on the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest. Having traveled a long and arduous journey, the four decided to rest in the town for a day before venturing into the forest. Lei Zhen already has detailed information about the territory of that 80,000-year-old thunder dragon, so the journey won't take too much time. The Stardow Great Forest spans 2 great empires, covering a vast area with many soul-hunting towns on its outskirts. The town the group has arrived at is not the closest to Sodo City. Therefore, Qin Yuan is not worried about encountering the information broker Zhou Zhengyang and exposing his identity. A restaurant in the town. Lei Zhen ordered a lavish meal and brought out the fine wines he had prepared in advance. In the past, before every life or death battle on the battlefield, the generals would arrange a sumptuous meal for us soldiers. This soul hunt is the last one for me, and also the most important one in my life. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, let's drink and make merry together, and tomorrow we'll head to the battlefield together. It's essential to eat and drink well before facing danger. A good diet provides the strength to cope with the situation. Malnutrition, on the other hand, significantly reduces one's fighting ability. A team from the academy arrived at Soul Hunter Town shortly after. The leader of this team was a middle-aged man. However, they were not in good condition. The trainees were all listless and seemed ready to lie down on the ground. "Teacher Wang, why did we have to come all this way to this soul-hunting town? Wouldn't it be closer to that town near Sodo City?" One of the team members complained. "Yes, why should our Kanghui Academy fear that unknown powerhouse? Kanghui Academy is not located within the Kingdom of Barak, but rather within the Heaven Dou Empire. The soul-hunting town leading to Sodo City isn't exactly close, but the dangers encountered when entering the forest from that town are relatively fewer. Therefore, whenever students of Kanghui Academy need soul rings, they always enter through that town." Unfortunately, Yi Jichu and his group offended Qin Yuan, who then threatened to cause them trouble. It was assumed that once Xinyan found out about this, he would take action to deal with the other party. However, to everyone's surprise, Xinyan ignored Yi Jichu's complaints and instead told them to stay away from the Soul Beast town to avoid being ambushed and retaliated against by Qin Yuan. Of course, Xinyan didn't back down. Rather, he was currently planning to acquire a head soul bone and didn't have time to deal with the trivial matters of the academy. Left with no other choice, the students of Kanghui Academy had to settle for second best and come to this small town. This is the dean's decision. The dean is at a crucial stage in his cultivation, and it's not appropriate for us to disturb him. As he spoke, Wang Yu, the team leader, straightened his face. Look at the way you all are behaving. The dean's arrangements are not to be questioned. Let's go have a good meal. We'll enter the forest first thing tomorrow morning. Everyone, be on your guard. If you die in the forest, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. This soul hunter town is relatively small, with only a few restaurants, and only one that offers a substantial meal. As luck would have it, the people from Kanghui Academy arrived at the same restaurant as Qin Yuan and his group. Du Gubo's senses were constantly probing his surroundings. In any case, Lei Zhen's breakthrough is currently kept secret, so it's best to be cautious. Noticing the people from Kanghui Academy, Du Gubo looked at Qin Yuan and asked with a smile, "Fourth brother, I've heard you say that you seem to have some grudges with Kanghui Academy. Why don't I help you out?" Upon hearing this, Lei Zhen recalled Lei Meng's report. Back when Qin Yuan and Lei Meng were in the Soul Beast town, they had also clashed with people from Kanghui Academy. "Fourth brother, since there's a grudge, your third brother will stand up for you. After the soul hunt is over, your third brother will send troops to surround Kanghui Academy." "Yes, we're all brothers, we'll all help you," Yi Tianxin said. Qin Yuan shook his head and cupped his hands in greeting to the three men. "My three brothers, there's no need for that. I'm just a soul saint at the time. What merit do I have to catch your eye? I just don't have time to deal with them right now. I will definitely take action when I have the time in the future." Xinyan has a head bone in his body, killing him is like getting one free. However, Qin Yuan was unsure when Xinyan obtained the soul bone, so taking action now might not yield any results. It would be better to wait until the Soul Master competition, when Xinyan makes a move against Tang San, before he takes action. He might not need the head soul bone, but who would complain about having too many soul bones? He can keep it and sell it for money later. While everyone was talking, a group from Kanghui Academy walked towards them. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. The people of Kanghui Academy are used to being domineering. If they can get a free meal, why would they spend their own money? "Hey, you four old geezers, get out of my way." A young man from the Kanghui Academy team shouted. These people are somewhat intelligent. They know that true powerhouses generally don't stop in Soul Beast towns to avoid revealing their whereabouts. How strong could people like Qin Yuan and his group, who swagger around so openly, possibly be? Wang Yu, the team leader, watched with schadenfreude. It's an old tradition at Kanghui Academy for teachers to train their own henchmen. If students deliberately cause trouble and the other party backs down, the teacher makes a profit. If the other party is not easy to deal with, the teacher steps in as a peacemaker. Qin Yuan was already well aware of the character of Kanghui Academy. Come and go as you please. Where in the world are there so many good things to do? Oh, I didn't expect that anyone from Kanghui Academy would dare to provoke me, Qin Yuan said indifferently. Just now, Du Gubo almost killed them, but Qin Yuan didn't want to reveal his identity, which saved their lives. They may escape the death penalty, but they cannot escape punishment. Qin Yuan will not let them off easily. Chapter 136 Facing the Thunder Dragon. Having been repeatedly provoked by the people from Kanghui Academy, this feud seems destined to continue. Qin Yuan had been a teacher and knew that students' behavior was greatly influenced by their teachers. Many students were naive and inexperienced, and the worldview instilled in them by their teachers was their only way of understanding the world of soul masters. If the teachers' values were flawed, how could the students possibly be any better? Therefore, Qin Yuan was reluctant to take action against the students, but he did not intend to let any of the teachers at Kanghui Academy go. Wang Yu stepped forward and asked, feigning confusion, "What's going on?" The young man understood immediately and quickly cooperated. "Teacher, these four old geezers spoke rudely to us and even tried to cause trouble for our Kanghui Academy. In the world of soul masters, older people are not necessarily stronger. After all, most soul masters only reach the soul venerable or soul grand master realms in their entire lives. The majority of students in Kanghui Academy's team possessed soul venerable strength, with Wang Yu being a high-level soul king, far stronger than Yi Ji-chu, naturally giving them ample confidence. Wang Yu feigned a grim expression and rebuked, "Gentlemen, please give Kanghui Academy an explanation." Before he could finish speaking, 2 sharp blades of light shot through the air. In an instant, before Wang Yu even felt the pain, his arms were severed from his body and fell to the ground. The next moment, 2 more sharp blades of energy shot out, completely shattering the severed arms and leaving him no chance to reattach them. Everyone from Kanghui Academy was completely stunned. Everything that just happened so fast that they hadn't even had time to process it. Soon, a shrill scream rang out, and Wang Yu collapsed to the ground, rolling around and howling in pain. Douluo's face lit up with joy, and he asked, telepathically, "Fourth brother, has your swordsmanship improved again?" Having gained the cultivation experience of Jian Daochenshin and combined it with his own cultivation state, Qin Yuan's strength has made a certain breakthrough. After giving a reply, Qin Yuan stepped forward. Although the killing god domain was not activated, the faint killing intent made the people of Kanghui Academy unable to move. "You caused me trouble last time. What, now that you see I didn't make it to Kanghui Academy, you think I'm good-tempered?" Qin Yuan said coldly. You're that guy." The students from Kanghui Academy collapsed to the ground, trying to back up by supporting themselves with their hands, but found that their arms were too weak and they fell to the ground several times. But their survival instinct drove them to get up again and again. "Last time I took away an arm. If you mess with me again, I'll take away both arms and then take away a leg." Qin Yuan's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it sounded like a demon's roar to the ears of everyone at Kanghui Academy. They all begged for mercy, not daring to express the slightest dissatisfaction. Wang Yu had already fainted from the pain. If he were to hear what Qin Yuan had just said, he would probably feel resentful. Yi Ji-chu only lost an arm. Even if his strength was diminished, he could still support himself. Wang Yu, however, lost both arms, and would need someone to take care of him from then on. With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Yuan sent an invisible surge of soul power that threw everyone from Kanghui Academy out of the restaurant. "What a damn downer." Lei Zhen picked up his wine glass and forced a smile. "Since fourth brother has his own ideas, we won't ask any more questions. Come on, let's continue drinking and ignore those good-for-nothings." Qin Yuan didn't care whether Kanghui Academy retaliated or not. Xinyan was just a soul saint, and besides, Xinyan didn't even know his identity. Even if Xinyan really comes knocking on our door, it would truly be a journey of 1,000 miles to deliver the soul's remains, a gift of great importance and even greater sentiment. The next morning, the 4 of them ventured into the Stardo Great Forest. Following the route map, the 4 of them worked without stopping and quickly crossed the outer edge of the forest, heading straight into the depths of the mixed zone. 3 days later, the 4 rested in an open space. A soul beast with 80,000 years of cultivation is roughly equivalent to level 92 to 94. Moreover, soul beasts have extremely high physical strength. In a one-on-one situation, only a super Douluo can reliably win, Douluo said. "Third brother, fourth brother, you two must be careful when you face the Thunder Dragon head-on." Douluo is a control-type soul master, and direct confrontation is not his forte, so he can only rely on Lei Zhen and Qin Yuan. Fortunately, Lei Zhen possessed exceptional physical abilities, while Qin Yuan had the support of his domain in a 100,000-year soul ring, making it possible for them to clash head-on. Lei Zhen added, "Lightning is the most powerful attack attribute, and in some situations it is much stronger than fire. Everyone must be careful and avoid being hit by its innate soul skill." Qin Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've never used my 8th soul skill before. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." His 8th soul skill, with 1 offensive and 1 defensive element, is best suited for head-on combat. A 100,000-year-old soul skill is inherently powerful, and with the vast ocean scripture continuously replenishing his soul power, his combat endurance far surpasses that of anyone else present. However, he has not yet used his full strength, so it is unknown what level of power his 8th soul skill will reach after it is unleashed. During their conversation, a faint vibration was felt in the air. As time went on, the vibrations became stronger. Lei Zhen looked towards the sky and said with delight, it seems we don't need to look for it anymore, it has come to us on its own. The thunder dragon has a pair of broad wings. When it flaps its wings, it stirs up bursts of thunder and lightning, which are terrifying in their power. The deafening thunder seemed to make the entire space tremble. Most of his body has already transformed into a dragon. This guy is not easy to deal with. Douluo pursed his lips and said, I will fight first, and the two of you can switch places as needed. Be careful, soul masters are judged by their talent, while soul beasts are judged by their bloodline. Soul beasts possessing dragon blood are undoubtedly the kings among them. This thunder dragon is covered in dragon scales and has 2 dragon horns on its forehead. Although it has not yet completely transformed into a true dragon, as long as it has enough time to cultivate, it will definitely have no problem breaking through 100,000 years of cultivation in the future. The stronger the bloodline, the more powerful one's strength will be, given the same level of cultivation. Without any hesitation, Douluo's 7th spirit ring shone, and 2 milky white beams shot out from the eyes of the azure phosphorus serpent king. The thunder dragon sensed something amiss and swiftly dodged the attack. Enraged, it flapped its wings faster, its body drawing a lightning arc in the air at an astonishing speed. Douluo reacted quickly, flicking his snake tail in an attempt to withstand the attack, but the massive body of the thunder dragon turned around in midair and came straight at his face. Douluo is, after all, a titled Douluo, and he won't lose his composure because of this. However, he lacks close combat skills, and if he is caught in close combat, he will definitely be injured. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. A gigantic figure bathed in flames rose from the ground, brandishing a battle blade and unleashing countless sword energies. The blade energy grazed the body of the azure phosphorus serpent king and struck the thunder dragon, forcing the thunder dragon to abandon its attack and relieving Douluo from his predicament. Douluo breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his head and was immediately surprised. Such a huge martial soul true body, is this the effect of a 100,000-year soul ring? It's truly powerful. Chapter 137 Humans are too arrogant. The larger the martial soul true body becomes, the more soul power is stored within the body, and the more powerful the attacks that can be released become. Of course, obtaining a 4th soul ring after 100,000 years is an opportunity that others can only envy. In the tens of thousands of years of history on the continent, probably only Qin Yuan has been able to achieve this. Lei Zhen also activated his martial soul true form, standing next to Qin Yuan, appearing much shorter. 4th brother, it seems you're quite strong. Lei exclaimed in shock. At the peak of his soul saint status, Qin Yuan was able to kill soul Douluo level experts. Now that he has reached the level of a soul Douluo and has gained a 100,000-year soul ring, based on his recent battle with the Thunder Dragon, Qin Yuan has a guess in his mind, my current strength should be able to contend with ordinary title Douluo powerhouses. Putting aside his thoughts, he stepped forward and said, Big brother, you hold the line for us. 3rd brother and I will handle it. Even though Douluo is a control-type soul master, he can easily handle low-level soul masters. However, he struggles against powerful individuals with the strength of a title Douluo. However, with Lei Zhen and Qin Yuan holding off Lei Long's attacks, he could release the snake venom without any pressure. Seeing the 4 talking, Lei Long became enraged and roared, as if to say, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. With a cultivation level of 80,000 and the bloodline of the dragon race, this thunder dragon's intelligence is undoubtedly comparable to that of an adult. How could it not know its own predicament? However, it was confident that even with Qin Yuan possessing a 100,000-year soul ring and the support of Douluo, a titled Douluo, it could still win. It should be noted that the corpses of title Douluo and soul Douluo powerhouses are highly nutritious for soul beasts. Lei Long swung his forearms, his 2 dragon claws displaying formidable power. The lightning attack he unleashed spanned hundreds of meters, its power undiminished, approaching the power of a 9th soul skill of an ordinary title Douluo. 4th brother, you should focus on conserving your strength, let me handle this. With this reminder, Lei Zhen's 8th spirit ring suddenly shone brightly. 8th soul skill, Thunderous Cloud Wandering. The thunderous battle spear martial soul pierced the ground, and a sea of thunder spread out from the martial soul, enveloping the battlefield. Although Thunder Sea Cloud Travel is not a domain soul skill, it has some similarities with domain soul skills. The sea of lightning stretched for hundreds of meters. Within it, Lei Zhen could mobilize the power of thunder to concentrate his attacks on any point. The power of the Thunder Dragon's claw was dispersed, and the lightning struck the Thunder Dragon directly. Surprisingly, the Thunder Dragon seemed to really enjoy the bombardment of thunder. Thunder Shock's 8th soul skill not only had no effect on it, but actually caused the Thunder Dragon's aura to surge significantly. Sensing something was wrong, Lei Zhen immediately stopped and said with a heavy expression, "Damn it, this guy must have been using lightning to bombard himself when he was cultivating. My elemental attacks are actually helping him." Qin Yuan formed a new judgment about the Thunder Dragon. Unafraid of thunderous attacks, this Thunder Dragon is estimated to be able to easily survive a heavenly tribulation lasting 100,000 years. Unfortunately, now that it has become their prey, this Thunder Dragon can forget about having a future. "Third brother, I'll lead the attack, you use your spear to fill in any gaps for me." As he spoke, the God of Slaughter domain enveloped the battlefield. The Killing God domain has a significant suppressive effect on opponents of the same level, but its suppressive effect is only so when challenging opponents of a higher level. However, the 20% strength boost provided by the domain is still considerable. 6th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame Slash. Qin Yuan rode the wind and arrived in front of Lei Long, unleashing a powerful strike imbued with countless sword intents. The Thunder Dragon withstood the attack with its claws, its scales shattering and blood flowing from its palms. The clash was like needles striking wheat-ons, resulting in injuries to both sides. The claws also landed on Qin Yuan, leaving claw marks on his chest. Behind him, Yi Tianxin held up the 9-heart begonia martial soul with one hand. Since absorbing the immortal herb, his soul power level had reached the peak of level 84. The martial soul itself had extraordinary healing effects, not to mention his powerful cultivation. Qin Yuan's injuries healed rapidly. From now on, any wounds he had would heal in less than a second. "You beast, prepare to die." 6th soul skill, Thunderous Burst. Lei Zhen, wielding his battle spear, charged out from the flank. Lei Long was fighting Qin Yuan with all his might. Although he could spare some attention to defend himself, he still suffered a serious injury. With the Thunder Dragon freeing itself from its entanglement, the first round of the battle came to an end. Both sides retreated 100 meters each to take a break. "Third brother, you cut off its retreat, and eldest brother will suppress it from the flanks." A soul beast of this level will definitely flee for its life once it senses a threat of death. This is already the core area. If a chase breaks out, we will attract many high-level soul beasts to pursue us, Qin Yuan warned in a deep voice. Although there may be internal battles among soul beasts, they are always very united when facing human soul masters. In addition, there are two 100,000-year-old soul beasts inside the core area. If they get entangled with these two, they'll be lucky to escape. The best option is indeed for the three of us to form a pincer movement. Douluo Bo then expressed his concern, but this would increase the distance between us. If Lei Long focuses on breaking through in one direction, I'm afraid no one could withstand it. Then let's shrink the encirclement. As long as you're not instantly killed or beheaded, my healing soul skill will ensure your safety, Yi Tianxin said boldly. This is the advantage of support-type soul masters. For Soul Douluo and Title Douluo powerhouses, the boost provided by support-type soul masters is not to be underestimated. It's just a pity that there are too few support-type soul masters above the Soul Douluo level on the continent. Currently, only Yi Tianxin is active there. It's our good fortune to have second brother's help. Let's do as fourth brother says, Lei Zhen agreed. With tactics in place, the great battle is about to begin. Lei Long knew that Qin Yuan and his group of 4 would be difficult to deal with, but the temptation of devouring the corpses of powerful individuals was too great, so it decided to take the risk. Meanwhile, deep within the core area of the Stardo Great Forest lies the Lake of Life. A massive bull's head emerged from the water, its eyes, as large as lanterns, fixed on the Titan ape before it. Second brother, another powerful human has come to the core area to hunt souls. The Azure Bull Python said. Titan Giant Ape bowed slightly and replied, Big brother, should we do something about this? Human soul masters have been running rampant lately. First, the 80,000-year-old Fire Fierce Tiger was killed, and now that 80,000-year-old Thunder Dragon has also been targeted. The Azure Bull Python said, there aren't many soul beasts in the entire Stardew Great Forest with a cultivation level of over 80,000 years, and among them, those qualified to break through to 100,000 years or even fewer, but the azure bull python glanced warily into the depths of the lake. That thunder dragon attacked the descendants of those lords in his younger days, which greatly displeased those lords. Titan Ape said, "Brother, although Thunder Dragon has the potential to break through 100,000 years of cultivation, it is too arrogant, and its dragonification level is even higher than yours. I'm afraid that after it breaks through 100,000 years, it will no longer take us seriously. Since those lords are dissatisfied with it, why don't we let the humans kill it?" The azure bull python said cautiously, "Humans are too rampant and need to be taught a lesson. Second brother, you go first, I can't leave. Those 3 ants have been eyeing this place for a long time. If they disturb the rest of those adults, we'll be in big trouble." Chapter 138 The Titan Ape Attacks. Facing Lei Long, Qin Yuan and the others adopted a strategy of exchanging injuries, quickly wearing down Lei Long's condition by more than half. This is the power of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it can be healed anytime, anywhere. "Stop it, it's trying to escape," Qin Yuan roared, his crimson soul ring flashing beneath his feet. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky, and the crimson soul ring seemed to dye the sky red. The powerful aura was noticeable to all living beings within 100 miles. 8th soul skill, Divine Blade, Annihilation. The massive martial soul true body raised its battle blade, appearing as a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth. The flames spread endlessly, turning the sky completely blood red. A torrential rain did not fall, and the dark clouds were steamed by the intense heat of the flames, resembling fiery clouds. 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. The azure phosphorus serpent emperor martial soul spat out its inner core, unleashing the domineering power of a tidal Douluo that caused time to stand still in this world. Although Lei Long was strong enough to break free, his speed was severely limited, and he couldn't escape the attack range of the battle blade at all. With a single slash, a gap was torn open in the dark clouds, as if the sky had been cut open, and sunlight streamed through the gap back onto the earth. Half of Qin Yuan's face was illuminated by sunlight, while the other half remained in shadow. It seemed that this soul-hunting operation was not yet over. Qin Yuan severely wounded Lei Long with a single strike, severing its wings and causing its massive body to crash to the ground. Lei Zhen reacted swiftly, delivering the final blow with his spear. A deep-colored, 10,000-year-old soul ring floated out, containing wisps of blood-red light. A soul ring with a red glow. It seems this thunder dragon's cultivation is approaching 90,000 years. Third brother, congratulations. Qin Yuan retracted his martial soul true form, a smile appearing on his lips. Lei Zhen laughed loudly, then patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "That can't compare to you, 4th brother. Your 7th and 8th spirit rings are genuine 100,000-year spirit rings. Your 8th soul skill, delivered with all your might, is probably more powerful than any titled Douluo I've ever seen back then." Dugu Bo nodded in agreement. 4th brother's full force attack is probably comparable to the full force attack of a level 92 titled Douluo. Of course, your commotion is too great. If you could concentrate your power in a smaller area, you would definitely be stronger than me. Dugu Bo's cultivation level reached level 94, so his statement was absolutely objective and fair. Of course, concentrating power in a small area is no easy task. Although Qin Yuan could unleash such a powerful burst of attacks, his physical strength was still at the soul Douluo level. Continuously using high-intensity soul skills would definitely overwhelm his body, let alone suppress the attack within a small area. This isn't the place to talk. Take the Thunder Dragon's corpse and find a safe place nearby to absorb the soul ring, Yi Tianxin urged. As a support-type soul master, survival is his primary goal, making him more cautious than others. The spirit ring won't disappear immediately, it can last for about an hour. As long as it's drawn onto the martial soul before completely dissipating, it can be absorbed. Therefore, after the 4 of them left the core area, they ran for a long time before finally finding a relatively secluded cave where Lei Zhen could absorb the spirit ring. Qin Yuan and the other 2 stood guard to his side, protecting him. A near-title Douluo level expert can absorb an 80,000-year soul ring with almost no pressure. When Lei Zhen absorbed the soul ring, his aura was very stable, and he only needed to wait a little while. Everyone thought the soul hunt was over, but unexpectedly, a huge commotion came from outside the cave. It seemed as if some enormous creature was approaching. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Oh no, it's a titan ape. Qin Yuan's expression was extremely grave. He was all too familiar with this aura. Douluo glanced at Lei Zhen behind him and felt annoyed. Damn it, he must be doing this on purpose. Third brother is absorbing a spirit ring and is completely unable to fight. We also need to protect him. Only one person can truly fight against the titan giant ape. With that, Douluo stepped out of the cave and said solemnly, I will do my best to hold off the titan giant ape and try to divert the battlefield elsewhere. Fourth brother, protect old Yi, and third brother. No, Qin Yuan grabbed his arm. Big brother, let me do it. My soul power level isn't high, but my 8th soul ring still has a second soul skill. I can hold out for a long time. Douluo hurriedly asked, you're just a soul Douluo. Although the cooldown period for your martial soul true body is much shorter than that of a soul saint, it still takes a day. Without a martial soul true body, how will you resist the titan giant ape? Qin Yuan suddenly smiled and said, Big brother, have you forgotten that my 7th spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring? At the soul saint stage, as long as my total spirit power exceeds 60%, I can freely activate my martial soul true body, let alone now. That's right. This is the soul ring rewarded by the system, which makes him have no period of weakness. With the added benefit of the endless life-giving effect of the vast ocean scripture, his soul power had recovered to 90% in the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn after just one rest. Furthermore, he was able to circulate his cultivation technique to restore his soul power even during battle. Brother Douluo, don't worry, with me here, I won't let anything happen to. Fourth brother. Yi Tianxin reassured Douluo. Qin Yuan demonstrated the strongest direct combat ability among them when facing the Thunder Dragon. Douluo is not good at close combat and would only be easily defeated by the Titan Giant Ape, so it's better to let Qin Yuan give him a try. A light rain began to fall in the forest, and the trees were shrouded in a misty haze. The Titan Ape, with a body as large as a small mountain, stood blocking the entrance to the cave 100 meters away. He lowered his head and looked at the human in front of him. It's you again. In order to rescue Xiao Wu, the Titan Ape did not get entangled with Qin Yuan. Now that it has encountered Qin Yuan again, it is furious. Had we known this would happen, killing Qin Yuan would have saved the Stardow Great Forest from losing an 80,000-year-old soul beast. The Titan Ape stomped its foot on the ground, and its innate domain, the gravity domain, rapidly expanded. Being in it, one feels as if they weigh 1,000 pounds, making it difficult to move. If combined with the Azure Bull Python's slow domain, even a Super Douluo would have to submit once they are in the two domains. Fortunately, the Azure Bull Python did not appear, so Qin Yuan still has a chance. We can't let it affect third brother. Qin Yuan made up his mind to use the Killing God domain to counter the suppression of the gravity domain. The stronger a soul master is, the more domineering their domain effect will be. Even when Qin Yuan activated his martial soul true body, his domain was still unable to cover the gravity field when facing the Titan Giant Ape. Instead, it was suppressed to a small area, barely able to maintain himself and ensure that Douluo and the others were not disturbed. The Titan Ape attacked swiftly, its thick iron fists weighing as much as 10,000 pounds, and the force of its slams could easily create small craters in the ground. Qin Yuan dared not confront him head-on. As he dodged, he also lured the Titan Giant Ape away to avoid interfering with Lei Zhen. Chapter 139. A Blade in Adversity. Seeing that the two sides had gone far away, Douluo did not feel any relief on his face. Instead, his mood became increasingly heavy. The battlefield was too far away, beyond Yi Tianxin's healing range, so Qin Yuan would have to rely on himself to withstand the Titan Ape's attack. However, at this moment, they had no interest in paying attention to Qin Yuan's movements. The Titan Ape did not come alone. He was accompanied by several tiger-type soul beasts with 50,000 years of cultivation. These soul beasts immediately pounced on the Thunder Dragon's corpse. It should be noted that the flesh and blood of high-level soul beasts are a great tonic for soul masters, and similarly, for soul beasts, consuming the flesh and blood of high-level soul beasts can enable them to evolve in a short period of time. The tiger pounced on its prey, and the thunder dragon's corpse was being rapidly devoured. Previously, Douluo and the others had not had time to check whether the corpse contained soul bones in order to recover their condition. Brother Douluo, if the thunder dragon's corpse doesn't have a soul bone, then don't interfere with them devouring flesh and blood. But if it does have a soul bone, then we'll have to take action, Yi Tianxin said in a deep voice. The chances of a high-level soul beast dropping a soul bone are not small, let alone a thunder dragon with a cultivation level of 80,000 years. You should know that an 80,000-year-old soul bone is extremely rare and valuable on the continent. If you come across one, there's no reason not to fight for it. Of course, as brothers, Douluo and Yi Tianxin naturally hoped that Lei Long would drop a soul bone. However, given their current situation, if a soul bone were to drop, it would inevitably affect Lei Zhen if they were to engage in high-intensity combat. At times like these, what you fear most often comes to pass. As the brontosaurus's torso was being devoured by the saber-toothed tiger, a large, stiff bone slowly emerged. This aura is so strong, is it from a soul bone or a part of the body? Douluo's expression was grave. Yi Tianxin reminded him, this is our third brother's opportunity, we must help him. Brother Douluo, how confident are you in facing 8 tiger-type soul beasts that are 50,000 years old? The value of the torso soul bone is the highest among soul bones of the same age, and it must be obtained. However, those soul beasts were no pushovers either. Although soul bones were useless to them, the corpses of Soul Douluo and even Title Douluo powerhouses were still highly nutritious for them. Seeing that Douluo had the idea of taking the bone, 8 tiger-like soul beasts surrounded the cave, intending to kill the human in front of them. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to rob them. They're a bunch of damned beasts. Douluo roared. Old Yi, protect yourself and protect third brother too. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. Without the support of techniques like the vast ocean scripture, Douluo's condition had been greatly depleted in the previous battle. Facing the combined attack of 8 tiger-type soul beasts with 50,000 years of cultivation, he had no choice but to fight desperately. In the starry sky forest, it was raining continuously. The raindrops fell on the blazing blade and quickly evaporated into water vapor. Each strike unleashed a blazing blade, enveloping the battlefield in a mist of high-temperature steam. Of course, for Qin Yuan and the Titan ape, the steam had no effect on them, it merely added to the atmosphere. After several exchanges, Qin Yuan suffered repeated defeats, and his arms trembled uncontrollably in the face of the Titan ape's immense power. As expected of a top-tier 100,000-year-old soul beast, its strength is probably comparable to most level 96 titled Douluo. Qin Yuan's mood was solemn. Before he could think any further, the crimson 100,000-year soul ring beneath his feet shone once more. 8th soul skill, blazing flame battle armor. The steam was stained red by the crimson light, and Qin Yuan was enveloped in flames. The Titan ape watched this scene without making a move, exhaling 2 wisps of stale air from its nostrils and pursing its lips. Human, although you possess a 100,000-year spirit ring, you are merely a soul Douluo. Your physical strength is insufficient for high-intensity combat. Is that so? A mocking voice came from within the flames. When the flames subsided, Qin Yuan was seen completely enveloped in dark red armor, his defensive capabilities greatly enhanced. Flames occasionally emanated from the armor. These flames were very pure. The Titan giant ape's soul power, which maintained the gravity field, only touched a little of them, and the flames became like maggots clinging to its bones, difficult to get rid of. Left with no other choice, the Titan ape withdrew its gravity field. Qin Yuan's killing god domain was then released, enveloping the Titan ape within it. Of course, when facing a challenge of a higher level, the suppressive effect of the god of slaughter domain is limited, and the Titan giant ape doesn't care at all. So what if you have defensive soul skills? The Titan ape pounded its chest and suddenly threw a punch. This punch was completely different from the previous attacks, it was like a cannonball being fired. Titan giant ape's innate soul skill, Titan Sky Cannon. Qin Yuan's eyes sharpened, and his 8th soul ring shone once more. 8th soul skill, Divine Blade, Annihilation. In his martial soul true form state, he raised his battle blades high and then slashed down fiercely, colliding with the Titan giant ape's full force attack. The resulting impact easily caused all the trees within a radius of hundreds of meters to collapse. However, Qin Yuan's full power was only at the level of 92 to 94, far from being a match for the Titan giant ape. As a pair of iron fists annihilated the blade's momentum, they slammed towards Qin Yuan's face. Qin Yuan didn't panic. Instead, a smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and clenched it tightly. The first move of the fiery blade, soul-burning grip. When the blade energy of the 8th soul skill collided with the iron fist, it split into countless blade intents, scattering all around. Driven by his self-created soul skill, these sword intents transformed back into sword light, coming from all directions, as if a pair of giant hands were holding the Titan ape within them. To increase the power of his sword strikes, Qin Yuan activated other soul skills. 10,000 Flames right leg soul bone skill, wildfire. Corrosion flame arm bone skill, flame amplification. The combined power of the two flames made the Titan ape sense the danger. It stopped its attack and instead squatted down, holding its head with its thick arms, taking the strongest defensive stance to withstand Qin Yuan's attack. With the Titan ape's defense, my attack is far from enough. Damn it, my comprehension is still insufficient, and I haven't been able to create the second form of the fiery blade. Qin Yuan felt helpless and anxious. Having gained the cultivation experience of the swordsman Chen Xin, his cultivation of artistic conception progressed by leaps and bounds. He thought he could create a second self-created soul skill in a very short time, but his understanding of it was always a little lacking. He's used all the available means. Once the offensive ends, it'll be Titan Ape's turn. Although possessing the vast ocean scripture technique allows his soul power to be continuously replenished, it is not inexhaustible. With the enhancement of the technique, his recovery rate is only higher than that of ordinary people, but when he maintains a soul skill for 100,000 years, no amount of soul power will be enough to sustain him. Is he just supposed to watch himself lose? Titan Giant Ape, 1. Day I will take your soul ring and soul bone. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. He wasn't the type to sit idly by and wait for death. Since he hadn't gained enough insight, he would keep swinging his sword to maintain the initiative on the battlefield. Perhaps the insight would emerge in one of those swings. Chapter 140 Annihilation by Calamity. He unleashed dozens of slashes in succession, the blade light connecting in lines that lingered for a long time. A moment later, the blade light transformed into a large net, trapping the Titan ape within it. Unfortunately, against the Titan ape, which was adept at both offense and defense, this offensive was inadequate and ineffective. Humanity, this is the end. A vast amount of soul power continuously gathered at the Titan ape's fists, its power seemingly capable of tearing space apart. Dual Titan Sky Cannon. Every time Qin Yuan swung his sword, it was a full-force attack, but he had no chance against the Titan Giant Ape's ultimate strike. But he did not give up wielding the sword. With each swing, his understanding deepened. Suddenly, he entered a state of enlightenment and swung his sword again, extinguishing the flames on the blade. This sword strike was not enhanced by the power of flames, it was purely the power of his martial spirit itself. A burst of light shot out, actually blocking the Titan ape's left fist. Because its center of gravity was affected, the Titan ape's right fist attack collapsed without a trace. Is this the brand new sword technique? Qin Yuan was shocked by the power of the sword technique, but his current understanding was not enough for him to fully comprehend the new self-created soul skill. He still needed to deepen his understanding. Is it just my imagination? Why does a human soul Douluo make my heart pound? The Titan ape's expression turned somber, his previous composure gone. On second thought, he realized it was unlikely. He's just a soul Douluo. Even if he's one of the best, he can barely hold his own against a title Douluo. He's no match for me. His dual Titan Sky Cannon attack was already flawless, and Qin Yuan's surprise attack caused it to crumble. Now, all he needs to do is proceed cautiously and steadily, and he'll make this human pay the price. With this thought in mind, the Titan ape changed its fighting style. It lunged forward and slammed down with its heavy fists. Each strike was powerful, forcing Qin Yuan to dodge by stepping on the wind. The Titan ape must have guessed something. No, I can't let my comprehension stop, and I can't let it be suppressed. Qin Yuan pondered silently. Each subsequent strike had a different power. One of the strikes was so powerful that even the Titan ape was surprised, but most of the strikes were not even as powerful as a normal full-force attack. Practicing swordsmanship is like practicing boxing. Once you've practiced boxing 100 times, its essence will naturally emerge. Similarly, by drawing upon one's inner insights and continuously wielding the sword, each insight will be strengthened, and with each strike, the power of the sword light will become increasingly formidable. About 5 minutes later, Qin Yuan's insights reached their peak. He switched his right hand to a reverse grip on the knife, and his left hand naturally grabbed the handle, delivering a downward slash. The blade energy, like before, had no elemental properties, it was simply pure blade light. The Titan ape couldn't dodge in time, and a deep wound was left on its chest. How could this be? Why is this human's soul power inexhaustible, and how can he unleash such power? Could it be that he has reached that level? The Titan ape was in utter confusion. Why did Xiao Wu and her mother choose to take human form? Wasn't it to use human cultivation and enlightenment to pursue that elusive divine position? As 100,000-year-old soul beasts, they were received by the important figures beneath the lake of life and learned some of the secrets of the continent. The 7th and 8th spirit rings, each lasting 100,000 years, are extraordinary, and it's impossible for a human spirit master to absorb one at such a level. These spirit rings are either a gift from a god or a sacrifice made by a spirit beast. The Titan giant ape is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. How easy is it to get him to sacrifice himself willingly? However, since Qin Yuan had this opportunity, he must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter that earned him the recognition of those 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Attacking a genius powerhouse valued by a god would likely bring annihilation upon the Stardow Great Forest. With this in mind, the Titan ape lost all will to fight. There are no fools among 100,000-year-old soul beasts. He had personally witnessed Qin Yuan's strength. On the other side, Qin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The second form of the fiery blade is already taking shape. All I need to do is practice it more often to reach its peak. As for the name of the second move, let's call it Extinction of Calamity Fire. The second move is pure sword intent, requiring no flames to enhance it, which is worthy of its name. Just as he was about to strike again, the Titan ape retreated without warning and stopped fighting him. At first, Qin Yuan thought the other party was going to attack Lei Zhen, but unexpectedly, the Titan giant ape retreated directly towards the core area and stopped fighting. What's going on? Qin Yuan was a little confused. How could he possibly know the Titan ape's thoughts? The Titan ape retreated because it couldn't figure out Qin Yuan's background and was worried that there were powerful protectors behind him. His condition has been exhausted. Once the guardian expert makes a move, he will probably perish here before the Azure Bull Python can come to his aid. Open black lens bracket 5-star mission completed. Reward: 1 chance to evolve your martial soul. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Do you wish to use the martial soul evolution opportunity? Close black lens bracket. The system provided martial spirit evolution is highly efficient and doesn't take long. Therefore, Qin Yuan was not worried that the Titan ape would turn back during the breakthrough. Furthermore, the aftershocks of the recent battle have not yet dissipated, and other soul beasts dare not approach. Most importantly, the system has already issued the task reward, which means the task has been completed and there won't be much trouble afterward. Use it. Qin Yuan responded with a thought. The next second, he was enveloped in pure flame energy, and the martial spirit in his hand spontaneously floated in front of him. Qin Yuan sat down cross-legged, held his breath, and focused on feeling the flow of soul power within his body. The flames on the battle blade became extremely pure, resembling an ultimate fire, much stronger than ordinary phoenix flames. Open black lens bracket. Name: Qin Yuan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Martial soul: blazing blade. Right pointing arrow. Divine fire blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Cultivation level: 82. Close black lens bracket. With his martial spirit evolution complete, Qin Yuan's aura underwent a slight change. Ordinary people would be deterred by his scorching aura with just a glance. I wonder what's going on with Brother Douluo. I need to go back and check. After a short rest, Qin Yuan didn't dare linger and quickly returned to the cave. At this moment, Douluo was entangled with 8 50,000-year-old soul beasts. As a title Douluo of the control type, Douluo lacked the means to make a decisive move. It's not that he can't unleash high-intensity bursts, it's just that all his soul skills are area of effect attacks, and going all out would inevitably affect Lei Zhen, who is absorbing soul rings. Moreover, these 8 soul beasts cooperated perfectly, making it extremely difficult for Douluo to reduce their numbers. Fortunately, Qin Yuan quickly returned to provide support. With his assistance, the formation of the 8 50,000-year-old soul beasts was broken up, and with the cooperation of Douluo, they were killed one by one. For the soul beasts, this was a complete loss, a devastating blow. Of course, these 8 tiger-like spirit beasts, each 50,000 years old, were not helpers actively summoned by the Titan giant ape, but rather formed a team on their own initiative to seize profits. In hindsight, they gained nothing and lost their lives. They were utterly foolish. Chapter 141. A Bountiful Harvest, Thunder Douluo. After a great battle, the weather cooperated, and the afterglow of the setting sun once again bathed the earth. The air was filled with the fresh scent of rain. Qin Yuan and Douluo lay on a tree trunk nearby, looking extremely tired. Although the vast ocean scripture can continuously restore soul power, it cannot restore energy and physical strength. After a long period of high-intensity battle, Qin Yuan was already exhausted. Fourth brother, your martial spirit has evolved again. Douluo couldn't help but ask. The venom of the azure phosphorus serpent emperor martial soul is of the yin-cold attribute, making it extremely wary of pure flames. Previously, Douluo's wariness of Qin Yuan was limited, but as his martial soul evolved, Douluo wished he could stay far away from him, fearing even the slightest contact with him. Qin Yuan did not hide anything and explained, during the battle with the Titan giant ape, I gained some insights and created a self-made soul skill that forced him to retreat. After that, I had some insights, and my martial soul naturally evolved. If a soul Douluo can defeat a Titan giant ape, your strength is probably no less than that of most soul Douluos, Douluo exclaimed. Qin Yuan shook his head, not taking credit, saying, it was just luck. To be honest, he still doesn't understand why the Titan ape took the initiative to retreat. He clearly didn't show any great strength, he was just barely able to hold his own. If he could just drag it out, the Titan ape would definitely win. Douluo said irritably, there's no such thing as luck in this kind of thing. The Titan giant ape was probably frightened by your comprehension. It would take an ordinary soul master at least several decades to comprehend a complete set of self-created soul skills, but you possess multiple self-created soul skills and can create new ones in a short period of time. With your comprehension, no one can match you. Don't argue with me. Feng Xiaotian from Shenfeng Academy is even more talented than me, but it still took him several years to even grasp the basics of his self-created soul skill. And right now, his self-created soul skill is not yet perfect. Because Du Guyan participated in the previous Soul Master competition, Douluo had been paying attention to the contestants. With Feng Xiaotian's innate soul power and talent, he naturally caught his eye. Comprehension is something that cannot be seen or touched, it is something we are born with. Compared to the innate talent of soul masters, strength can be altered through extraordinary opportunities acquired later in life. Take Qin Yuan, for example. He originally only possessed innate level 5 soul power, but with the help of immortal herbs, he still managed to break through to soul Douluo in a short period. However, when it comes to comprehension, there has never been an opportunity to defy fate through hard work. With Qin Yuan's comprehension, others can only envy him. During the conversation, Yi Tianxin went to the corpses of the 8 tiger-type soul beasts and dissected them. The chances of high-level soul beasts dropping soul bones are not small. It is not easy to hunt a high-level soul beast normally. Now that these 8 guys have come to their deaths, there is no reason not to take the benefits. Yi Tianxin's swordsmanship was superb. With a few strokes, he skinned a tiger-like soul beast. The blade danced across the corpse, easily severing its soul bone. While talking with Qin Yuan, Douluo was quickly drawn in by a refreshing and pleasant aura. The torso and soul bone of a 50,000-year-old mountain tiger. Douluo exclaimed, today's harvest is truly remarkable. Mountain tigers excel at defense, so its soul bone is most likely a defensive soul skill. Fourth brother, why don't you absorb it? Yi Tianxin also had no objections. Fourth brother has the best talent. After absorbing this soul bone, he will be able to break through to the title Douluo level in a very short time. In the future, I will have to rely on fourth brother a lot. Qin Yuan shook his head and refused. Since receiving the 100,000-year-old soul bone as a reward from the system, Qin Yuan has lost his obsession with ordinary soul bones. In the future, as long as he accepts more missions, the system will reward him with even better soul bones. The torso soul bone is an important part. If he absorbs it now, he won't even have the chance to change his soul bone if he has a 100,000-year-old soul bone in the future. Let my second brother absorb it. He's a support-type soul master, and if he has a defensive soul bone, his ability to survive will be greatly enhanced. Besides, I already have a soul bone of extremely high age, so I don't need any other soul bones for now. Among my 8th soul skills, there is also a powerful defensive soul skill, which is better than the torso soul bone in terms of defensive effect. Furthermore, as my soul power level increases, the effect of the defensive soul skill will also increase. Douluo understood upon hearing this. The heavenly Do royal family entrusted him with a flame soul bone to give to Qin Yuan. Considering Qin Yuan's recent statement, and given that the other party currently possesses 2 soul bones of decent age, there is indeed no need for him to absorb them for the time being. It's important to know that absorbing soul bones will also increase your soul power level, and absorbing them at crucial moments can help break through shackles. Douluo said, "Since we're all brothers, Lao Yi, don't refuse. We're participating in the auction to find suitable soul bones, and we have one right now, so why not absorb it directly? This is far too valuable." Yi Tianxin refused to accept it. Qin Yuan laughed and said, "Second brother, we've already said we'll share the good times and the bad. Now that third brother has a soul bone, you're the only one who doesn't. If you refuse, how can the 3 of us brothers bear it?" After several rounds of persuasion, Yi Tianxin no longer hesitated. Of course, he didn't choose to absorb the soul bone immediately. The Stardo Great Forest was fraught with danger, and everything that had just happened was still fresh in his mind. If he absorbed the soul bone now and another soul beast attacked, it would be troublesome. However, their gains from this trip were clearly not limited to that. The 850,000-year-old soul beasts yielded a total of 2 soul bones, plus a right leg bone from a 50,000-year-old swift tiger. This soul bone is suitable for agility-based attackers, but not for any of the 4. Therefore, it was temporarily entrusted to Douluo for safekeeping, and they would wait for the auction to see if they could exchange it for other soul bones of suitable age. Of course, everyone also made an agreement that whoever gets the soul bone that suits them will absorb it, but afterwards, they will compensate the others with 25% of the soul bone's value. As night fell, Lei Zhen completed the absorption of his spirit ring and officially entered the title Douluo level. He learned what had happened from the 3 people and felt relieved. "I can't accept this 80,000-year-old soul bone. Everyone has helped me too much. I plan to convert it into funds to compensate the 3 of you," Lei Zhen said quickly. Douluo's face hardened, and he feigned anger, saying, "If you absorb this soul bone, your strength will soon break through to level 92. If you don't absorb it, wouldn't everything we've done be for nothing? Besides, we have other gains, so we don't need your soul bone." After much persuasion, Lei Zhen finally stopped making excuses. However, he said that he would share any good things with everyone as soon as possible in the future. "By the way, third brother, what is your title?" Qin Yuan asked hurriedly. After breaking through to the title Douluo level, it is necessary to determine a title for oneself, which is also an affirmation of one's strength. Lei Zhen sighed softly and said, "What I want most is the title of Thunder Douluo, but unfortunately Yu Yuanjun confirmed his title as a title Douluo a long time ago, and I can't compete with him. How about calling him Thunder Douluo? It just so happens that my martial soul is the Thunder Battle Spear." With this, another title Douluo has been added to the Douluo continent. Lei Zhen does not want to reveal his identity for the time being, so the outside world is still unaware of it. Chapter 142 Yao Zi's Plans. The core area of the Starry Sky Forest. The Titan ape returned the moment it disengaged from the battle. "Second brother, I sensed that the human's aura had strengthened after you left. Perhaps his opportunity was truly extraordinary." The Azure Bull Python didn't blame him, instead, it offered a word of comfort. He had lived with the Titan ape for nearly 100,000 years and knew its thoughts. If Qin Yuan's background hadn't been so unfathomable, the Titan ape wouldn't have taken the initiative to avoid battle. The Titan ape hurriedly explained, Brother, I believe he has gained the favor of the gods, otherwise he would never. The azure bull python interrupted, be careful what you say. As he spoke, he glanced warily into the depths of the lake. The important figure among them harbored deep hatred for human deities. At this moment, without fully confirming the information, speaking recklessly would inevitably bring trouble upon himself. If that human ever enters the forest again, try not to provoke him. I have a feeling that a god might truly appear on the Douluo continent in this era. After leaving the Stardo Great Forest, Lei Zhen took Qin Yuan and the others to a nearby city for a feast. The nearest major city to them was Sylvester. Returning after several years, Qin Yuan reminisced about the journey he had taken. The system's second commission was to come here and pick up Yi Lingling. He did offend the Lu family, but according to Yao Zi, the Lu family was purged by Yi Tianxin afterward and had long since left Silver City. Even if the Lu family were still in Silver City, Qin Yuan would certainly not be afraid with his current strength. Not to mention, he also has two titled Douluos, Dugubo and Lei Zhen, by his side. The restaurants in big cities serve much better food than those in Hunter's Town. Lei Zhen originally planned to host a banquet for the three of them after returning home, but the harvest this time was too great, and given his personality, he didn't want to wait at all. Top floor private room at the Soto Grand Hotel. Third brother, you're in too much of a hurry. The auction is about to start, let's go back as soon as possible. There's no rush for the banquet, Dugubo said with a sigh. Lei Zhen took out some fine wine and filled everyone's cups. Let's keep things separate. My two elder brothers and fourth brother have helped me a lot this time. If I don't even treat them to a meal, I would be too stingy. However, what I promised before still stands. When we return to Tiando City, I will host a banquet. My three brothers must come and support us. All four were men of strong character and understood each other's temperaments. A few meals were nothing compared to Lei Zhen's accumulated wealth, which was not even a drop in the ocean. Now that he has broken through to the title Douluo level, once the Heaven Do royal family finds out, his future treatment will only be better, and he will gain even more benefits. At the dinner table, everyone chatted about everyday things, and then the conversation turned to the situation on the mainland. Third brother, you were originally an official of the Heavenly Do royal family. With this breakthrough, the royal family will definitely give you more power. But you must also be careful, there is a lot of open and covert struggle within the empire, Yi Tianxin reminded him. While he enjoyed the protection of the Heavenly Do Empire, officials of the Heavenly Do Empire were also trying to win him over, so he was well aware of the struggle involved. Lei Zhen nodded and said in a deep voice, the most intense competition in the court right now is the struggle between Prince Shui Xing and Shui Qing. The uncle and nephew originally had a good relationship, but who knew that Prince Shui Xing would turn around and support Shui Bang? Brother Dugu, you have a good relationship with Prince Shuixing, how about? Dugu Bo repeatedly refused. I only owe Shui Xing a favor, not support him. Third brother, you might as well ask fourth brother about this matter, he may have some insights. Dugu Bo disliked these intrigues and treachery, and his understanding of the Heavenly Do court was far inferior to Qin Yuan's. Having been called out, Qin Yuan simply said, Avalanche is a hopeless case. If he takes office, he'll be sidelined sooner or later. This isn't just Qin Yuan talking nonsense. Qin Yuan made no comment on whether Avalanche's current behavior was an act. In the original timeline, the entire Heaven Do Empire was completely controlled by Yu Shaogang and his disciple Tang San. Even if it was due to the threat from the Spirit Empire, what happened afterward? Tang San went to the God Realm, and the Heaven Do Empire soon split into two major empires, demonstrating the power of Avalanche. The fragmentation of power in the Heavenly Do Empire has a long history, and while it cannot be changed by an avalanche, he is highly likely the trigger that led to the empire's disintegration. There is no need to support such a person. Lei Zhen nodded slightly. Indeed, Shui Bang has acted too arrogantly. Even if he has the opportunity in the future, his abilities will not be comparable to Shui Qinghei's. Fourth brother, would you perhaps like me to support Shui Qing? Qin Yuan shook his head again. Shui Qing is good, it's just a pity. Shui Qing is not the offspring of Emperor Shui Yi, and she is the future angel god. Even if she can obtain the power of the Heaven Do Empire, will she still manage the country after she becomes emperor? Dugu Bo added, third brother, What fourth brother means is that you should remain neutral and only acknowledge the emperor, so as to avoid getting caught up in endless competition. Lei Zhen fell into thought. Qin Yuan hesitated, clearly having some dirt on Shui Qing. In fact, this dirt might even be enough to bring Shui Qing down. From this perspective, Shui Qing is a potential disaster that could explode at any moment, and keeping him by one side is unwise. Furthermore, Shui Beng is unlikely to be of great use, making the future of the Heavenly Dou Empire worrisome. If Lei Zhen hadn't broken through to the title Douluo realm, he might have used political maneuvering to support an obedient prince to ascend the throne, thus strengthening his family in the future. After breaking through to the title Douluo level, he no longer cared about worldly power and only wanted to pursue a higher realm. The Yao family. Master, Miss, Mr. Qin, whom you are concerned about, has returned to Silver's City and is currently dining at the Silver's Grand Hotel, which is controlled by the family. The family's informant hurriedly reported. Teacher Qin is here. Yao Zi was overjoyed and couldn't wait to meet him. The Yao family head, on the other hand, remained much calmer. So many days have passed, and Qin Yuan's information is still stuck in the martial Soul City stage. No one knows whether his strength has improved in the future. While in Soto City, Qin Yuan stood up a pigeon, most likely because he gained some insights during the battle and went into seclusion to break through to a higher level. The Yao family head was filled with emotion. Several years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Qin Yuan had grown into someone who surpassed him. Xiaozi, don't be reckless. Mr. Qin's strength is not what it used to be, and even I have to treat him with caution. It would be too rash for you to go like this. You should prepare a generous gift and come with me. The Yao family had close ties with the Spirit Hall and reaped considerable benefits from it. But who wouldn't want to climb higher? Who knows, Qin Yuan might just be the Yao family's greatest opportunity. Yao Zi opened her mouth, but couldn't help asking, Dad, you're not familiar with Teacher Qin, what are you going there for? This time, I won't leave Teacher Qin no matter what, I'll go wherever he goes. The Yao family head said with a wry smile, now that you're gone, who will be the team captain? Yao Zi crossed her arms and snorted, the academy has more than one genius like me, we can just choose another one. Dad, have you forgotten that the manual teacher Qin left behind was of great help to my cultivation? Staying by his side might bring even more benefits. Chapter 143 Taking Action Against the Dragon and Snake Family. The banquet ended in the evening, and everyone decided to rest for the night in the city of Sylves and continue their journey early the next morning. In addition, Yi Tianxin and Lei Zhen can absorb the soul bones they obtained tonight. Just as they stepped out of the hotel, the Yao family head and Yao Zi walked towards them. Upon arriving in Silver City, Qin Yuan had guessed that he would have to deal with the Yao family, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. The Yao family head was a shrewd man, and he guessed that his arrival too quickly would inevitably arouse suspicion about the Yao family's motives. He quickly explained, Mr. Qin, this is probably not our first meeting. Unfortunately, the Silver's Hotel is one of the properties of my Yao family. I heard from my staff that you were here, so I came to pay you a visit. Du Gubo and Yi Tianxin often brought up Qin Yuan's mission in Sylve City as a topic of conversation. After all, the reason the two were able to get to know Qin Yuan was because Qin Yuan upheld his principles while carrying out his mission and rescued Yi Lingling. Lei Zhen thus learned of Qin Yuan's connection with the city of Sylvester. Of course, Du Gubo and the others didn't care about the distribution of power within Silver City, these large and small families were not worth their attention. All right, now that you've seen the person, you can leave, Lei Zhen said with an unfriendly look. After all, the four of them possessed 3 soul bones, all of which were high-age soul bones. If someone tried to steal their soul bones, they would likely be in big trouble. Although they were confident that their soul bones had not been exposed, they were still just afraid of the worst-case scenario. The Yao family head was slightly stunned. Could the old man who could walk alongside Qin Yuan be an ordinary person? Perhaps the other party has something important to do, and disturbing them would not be good for the Yao family. Teacher Qin, why don't you go back to Nottingham? I've been waiting for you in the city for so long, Yao Zi complained. The Yao family head was startled. Qin Yuan and his group clearly didn't want to pay attention to them. If Yao Zi's words angered them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and answered, "After I killed the enemy, I had a sudden inspiration and found a safe place to go into seclusion for a while. When I returned to Nottingham, you were already gone." With that, Qin Yuan gestured for Du Gubo and the others to leave, saying, "I have other things to do, so I won't stay any longer. If you want to find me, go to Tiando City. I won't be leaving for a long time to come." Watching the group's departing figures, the Yao family head felt dazed. It seems that Yao Zi and Qin Yuan's relationship is even better than he expected. To be honest, Qin Yuan had already stood Yao Zi up twice. He didn't want to deceive Yao Zi again. Of course, Qin Yuan was indeed very busy recently and didn't have time to be bothered by Yao Zi, which is why he left the agreed address. Yao Zi chuckled, gave some instructions, and then went home to pack her luggage. "This child will probably have to enroll in one of the established academies in Tiando City," the Yao family head sighed softly. Given Qin Yuan's teaching abilities, there's no reason why the established academies in Tiando City wouldn't invite him to participate. Joining a powerful academy team and achieving good results in competitions would also be a good option for Yao Zi. Qin Yuan was perhaps the greatest opportunity Yao Zi had ever had. The Yao family head was not a conservative person and did not object to it. He even prepared many outfits for Yao Zi. For high-level soul masters, absorbing soul bones doesn't take long, one night is enough. The next morning, Lei Zhen and Yi Tianxin each broke through one level in their soul power and officially embarked on their return journey. All of them were high-level soul masters, so they traveled very fast and would be able to return to Heaven Do City in no time, just in time for the auction. This top-tier auction is unprecedented in scale, with most families on the continent possessing Soul Douluo-level powerhouses participating. As for families like the Yao family, they didn't have any Soul Douluo-level experts, but they were wealthy enough to participate in the auction. However, the Yao family head wasn't tempted. On the contrary, he remained very cautious. It's true that the Yao family is wealthy, but if they flaunt their wealth without the ability to protect the treasures they've acquired, wouldn't they just be letting others benefit from their wealth? Of course, many Soul Saint families also participated in the auction, but families as cautious as the Yao family head were ultimately a minority. On the official road leading to Tiando City, the grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter traveled together. "Grandpa, is there a title Douluo powerhouse attending this auction?" It was Meng Yuren who spoke. These three people were none other than the three generations of the dragon and snake family. Meng Shu stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Indeed, this auction is unprecedented in scale, and many powerful figures will attend in their finest attire. I wonder if we can acquire a suitable soul bone for Yiran this time. There's nothing to fear about the dragon and snake family. After all, the martial soul fusion skill of the peerless dragon and snake couple is no less powerful than that of an ordinary title Douluo. Those forces possessing title Douluo level powerhouses already have countless enemies and don't want to push the dragon snake clan to the opposite side. Therefore, as long as Meng Shu doesn't harbor any intention of stealing other people's treasures, the dragon snake clan can leave the auction safely." Chao Tianxiang poured cold water on the idea, saying, "We definitely have a soul bone, but even if it's suitable, we can't get it if the age limit is too high. The Heavenly Do auction house has an extraordinary background. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heavenly Do royal family are among the shareholders behind the scenes. Even they have to abide by the rules. So what is the dragon and snake family? High-grade soul bones are very expensive, and the dragon snake clan, with its size, simply cannot afford them. Moreover, high-grade soul bones are easily targeted by other powerful individuals. When the rewards for breaking the rules are high enough, countless powerful individuals will take the risk. The best one would be a soul bone that has just reached the age of 10,000 years, as it will not attract powerful individuals and is not too expensive." Meng Shu did not deny it, and said with a smile, "Let's be cautious. Tiando City is full of hidden talents, and no one knows how many powerful figures are hiding in the shadows." He then became much more serious. "Yiren, we absolutely must not act recklessly this time. Heaven Do City is not our home ground, so we must avoid getting into trouble and, more importantly, we must not offend anyone easily." Meng Shu was well aware that Meng Yiren was prone to causing trouble. However, back in Barak City, the Dragon Snake clan was incredibly powerful, so he wasn't afraid. But Tiando City was the capital of the Tiando royal family, outside the Barak kingdom, who would respect them. However, they were unwilling to cause trouble for others, but Lei Zhen would still cause them trouble. Originally, Lei Zhen was only a sole Douluo powerhouse and dared not be too ruthless towards the dragon and snake clan. Now that Lei Zhen has broken through to the title Douluo level, he is naturally not afraid of the threat from the peerless dragon and snake clan. Although news of his breakthrough did not spread, on his way back, he made a special trip to find that old friend and asked him to seal off the area around the dragon and snake family's mine under the guise of an exercise. Although Lei Zhen did not explicitly state that he had broken through to the title Douluo level, he hinted that his position would advance even further. The generals of the Barak kingdom naturally wanted to join the Heavenly Do Empire's army. After all, the empire's funds far exceeded those of the kingdom, and joining the imperial army would bring many benefits and allow for further advancement in the future. Chapter 144 The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Schools Concerns, the auction begins. The dragon and snake couple, along with Meng Yuren, went to attend the auction, leaving the dragon and snake family in a state of disarray. When the army of the Barak kingdom surrounded the mines they were operating, the family members were unsure of what to do and had no choice but to let things take their course. Of course, all of this was something Meng Shu had not anticipated. After all, there were many powerful figures participating in this auction, and everyone's attention was focused on the auction itself. Who would have the mind to do these things behind the scenes? That's why Meng Shu didn't reveal his itinerary, and his family members couldn't find him even if they wanted to. The Barak royal family was already dissatisfied with the domineering nature of the dragon and snake family. When Lei Zhen took action against them, the Barak royal family immediately followed suit, designating the area around the mine as a permanent military exercise zone. Anyone wishing to enter or leave had to undergo strict checks by the military. Of course, this only applies to the dragon and snake family. The army will not make things difficult for other caravans or individuals. Inside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Bone, this time we've prepared over 20 million gold soul coins, plus some rare and precious materials. I think we should be able to bid for quite a few soul bones. Ning Fengji looked at the mountain of gold soul cards in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Normally, a mountain of gold soul coins would amount to hundreds of thousands. But what's piled up here consists of gold soul coins with a face value of over 10,000. 20 million is probably a conservative estimate, the actual amount is likely much higher. Looking at so much money, Bone Douluo felt a moment of disorientation. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's wealth, but it's enough to handle this auction. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses numerous treasures, and ordinary treasures are not worth their attention, much less a waste of money. With this much money, we could book the entire auction house at a lower-level auction. Even at a higher-level auction, we could only afford a few of the final items. Sword Douluo said, the money is definitely enough. However, I heard that experts from the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire will also be attending the auction. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is incredibly wealthy. Buying the auction items would be easy, but taking them away might not be so easy. If the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire's experts cooperate, we might be in big trouble. We need to prepare in advance. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has two titled Douluo powerhouses. When one goes out, the other must stay behind to guard the school and prevent it from being attacked. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is very wealthy, and countless powerful figures regard them as easy prey. How could they not have a titled Douluo in charge? On the other hand, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has countless lightning attribute soul masters who have long coveted Thunder Canyon. Therefore, Yu Yuanjun must stay in the clan for a long time to deter those who might try to harm him. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan only has one titled Douluo powerhouse, which means that all external affairs of the sect can only be handled by others. Otherwise, Yu Luomian would not have become the spokesperson for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is in a relatively good position, but it will attract the covetous eyes of even stronger individuals, so it must be fully prepared. Uncle Qian is right. Ning Fengji nodded, and after a moment's thought, made arrangements. This time, Uncle Ji Yu will accompany me to the auction. Uncle Qian will stay behind at the sect. If anything happens, Uncle Gu's spatial abilities will allow him to escape quickly or return to defend the sect immediately. After a pause, Ning Fengji asked, "By the way, Uncle Jian, has there been any news about Mr. Qin recently?" The news of Qin Yuan and his 3 companions going out to hunt souls was not revealed to anyone, and because they were traveling light, no one knew where they were going. Originally, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's liaison with Qin Yuan was Ning Tai, Ning Wu, and other confidants of Ning Fengji's main family. However, with Qin Yuan possessing the strength of a soul Douluo, and based on Chen Xin's assessment, he is very likely to become a titled Douluo in the future. The 7 treasure glazed tile school attached even more importance to him. In the future, the task of connecting with others would be mainly carried out by Sword Douluo or Ning Rongrong. When necessary, Ning Fengji would also take action. These were all core figures in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which shows how much importance they attached to him. Chen Xin shook his head. "I don't know. Recently, both the old poison master and Yi Tianxin have disappeared. I guess they have some private matters to deal with. However, I heard from Mr. Qin that he will be attending this auction, so I think he will be there tomorrow." Ning Fengji nodded slightly. "That's fine. If there's any trouble then, with Mr. Qin and Poison Douluo's help, things will be easier for us. By the way, Uncle Bone, Rongrong sent word that a talented student has arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. A soul master at 14 years old, enough for any sect to try and recruit him. But I heard that Mr. Qin is behind that kid. Remember to sound him out at tomorrow's auction. I Yan's talent is worthy of Qin Yuan giving him special treatment." After joining the Heaven Do Royal Academy, his strength improved rapidly, breaking through to the 32nd level in just 1 month. Not only the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but also various forces within Heaven Do City were paying close attention to him. But after learning that the other party had a close relationship with Qin Yuan, none of them rushed to make a move. Although Qin Yuan was not powerful enough to influence the rise and fall of a major force, he was a highly sought-after figure in the Heavenly Do Empire in recent years, and no one dared to ignore his opinions. Qin Yuan was not in Tiando City during this period. Fortunately, the Tianzi auction was about to take place, and these forces all wanted to use this auction to arm themselves, so they did not take forceful action. The next morning, the Tiando auction house was packed with people. This auction featured numerous high-value soul bones and many other valuable treasures. Countless people, eager to join the fun and buy the treasures, crowded at the entrance, afraid of missing the chance to enter the auction hall. For black level and above VIPs, they do not need to wait at the entrance and can enter directly through the internal passage. Those waiting at the entrance were all ordinary guests of purple rank or below. At a regular auction, they might be treated as VIPs, but this was a top-tier auction, attended even by title Douluo level experts. If you let a group of ordinary people sit next to title Douluo powerhouses, those title Douluo powerhouses will probably have objections. Of course, the auction house does not dare to turn away the strong, so the quota is given priority to soul saints and above. Other strong people or guests can only be arranged to enter when the quota becomes available. It was truly spectacular, thank goodness we made it in time. Among the crowd, Qin Yuan was seeing such a large-scale event for the first time. They had just returned when the auction was about to begin. If they had been delayed on the way, they might have missed it. Qin Yuan had seen high-profile auctions in Wuhan City, but those who could enter Wuhan City were not ordinary people, so there was naturally no scene of people crowding together. Yi Tianxin stroked his beard and smiled. This auction is of a very high standard, and everyone wants to join in the fun. Unfortunately, for ordinary people, whether they can enter the auction hall depends entirely on luck. Even if they get in, guests below the purple level can only stare blankly, because they simply can't afford any treasures. Chapter 145 Finding a Bargain. During the conversation, at Lei Zhen's invitation, the 4 of them were led into the venue through a special passage by the auction house's attendants. Black and red VIPs will not arrive at the auction immediately. They will appear gradually as the auction approaches its start. The main purpose of doing this is to avoid any interaction with ordinary guests, so as to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. The reason Qin Yuan and his group arrived so early is quite clear: to obtain the list of auction items. While the other VIPs had already received the auction item list beforehand, Qin Yuan and his companions, having just returned, were naturally more eager to participate. Auction houses are service-oriented institutions, so they naturally have made ample preparations. For VIPs who enter first, they will arrange corresponding entertainment facilities and open trading areas for VIPs to relax and shop. Large-scale auctions may only occur once every few years, while small auctions are frequent, but the funds earned are far from enough to cover the expenses of the auction house. Therefore, the existence of a trading area is necessary. Some low-quality goods or bulk commodities are sold directly in the trading area, and the auction house will take a commission from them to maintain its huge expenses. In the absence of large-scale auctions, the trading area is the main source of revenue for the auction house. In the VIP room, looking at the list of auction items in his hand, Douluo was slightly amazed. I have traveled across the continent for decades, and this is the first time I have seen such a high-level auction. There are actually many high-age soul bones, as well as some soul bones that are only 10,000 years old. I'm afraid the guests attending this time will not be limited to the Heaven Do Empire. Powerful figures from the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire will also be present. If it weren't for the 100,000-year-old soul bone, Qin Yuan would have shown little interest. Even if a 100,000-year-old soul bone appeared on the mainland, it wouldn't be put up for auction. The seller would most likely approach the Spirit Hall or the three upper sects to negotiate a deal for the soul bone. Qin Yuan stood up and said, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, I see there are quite a few sought-after items in the trading area. Anyway, there's still a long time before the auction, so I'll go take a look first. You guys chat first." Douluo and his two companions were quite interested in the auction items. However, if they did not devise a strategy and set a reserve price beforehand, they feared they would not be able to buy anything they wanted with their limited funds. Lei Zhen tossed a money pouch to Qin Yuan and said with a smile, "Fourth brother, go and have some fun first. It's a deal, so if you don't have enough money, just put it on my tab." The four of them entered the red VIP section under Lei Zhen's name. After the auction, the final bill will be settled in a private room, and they can naturally consume under his name. The Tiando auction house has a huge trading area with all kinds of goods. Similar to a metal market, Qin Yuan encountered no fewer than 10 stalls along the way. After asking around, he realized that these were all well-known mineral merchants from the mainland. I'm afraid even the blacksmiths association in Gengxin City doesn't have all the types of ores, but every shop here sells all the types of ores. In terms of knowledge and experience, the merchants here are far more capable than those in the blacksmiths guild, making it virtually impossible to find a bargain. This situation is quite normal. Although the merchants in the blacksmiths association have high sales volume, few of them can afford high-grade metals. On the contrary, the three major cities on the mainland are the main markets for these merchants. Qin Yuan was quite interested in metals, and after wandering around for a while, he came to a relatively reliable stall. "Shopkeeper, how much material would be needed to forge a longsword and a battle blade using smelted silver? And how much would the materials and labor cost?" Qin Yuan is already a Soul Douluo powerhouse, but there's no guarantee he won't receive missions to hunt down soul saints or lower in the future. For a Soul Douluo to directly reveal his identity and kill a group of soul emperors would be somewhat beneath him. At this time, using a weapon made of sunken silver can conceal the characteristics of a martial spirit, so naturally no one can trace it back to him. The shopkeeper found the request rather odd and let out a soft, "Sir, while heavy silver is indeed hard enough, it is the best material choice for weapons, shields, or armor if cost is not a factor. However, this metal has an extremely high density. An ordinary iron sword weighs more than 3 pounds, and it is difficult for an average person to wield it. But silver is extremely hard and does not have the ductility of iron, so the blade must be thick and heavy. Forgive my bluntness, but the swords and knives that are forged will probably weigh no less than 100 pounds. Moreover, there are very few craftsmen who can forge immersion silver components. Basically, the immersion silver has to be poured into a mold and then carefully polished, so the labor cost may be quite high. Since its second evolution, Qin Yuan's battle sword spirit has weighed no less than 200 jin, approximately 100 kg. A sword weighing only a little over 100 jin, approximately 50 kg, would be easy to wield. The hardness of the silver is sufficient. even a full-force attack from a non-powerful attack-type soul saint would hardly leave a scratch on its surface. It is definitely the first choice for dealing with soul masters below the soul saint level in the future. After receiving an affirmative answer, the shop calculated the cost. He had said what he needed to say, and since the customer insisted, he naturally had to earn the money. A total of 1.36 million gold soul coins, we'll leave the rest as odds. This includes the cost of nearly 300 jin of sunken silver metal, as well as the subsequent production costs. The price is reasonable, with the majority of it being the value of the sunken silver itself, and the forging cost being relatively low. This is easy to understand. Swords themselves are nothing special. You can prepare the mold and cast them directly, unlike armor, which requires consideration of many details. Above the sunken silver lies deep-sea sunken silver and its mother silver. Even if merchants sell them, very few people on the entire continent can forge them. Therefore, Qin Yuan wouldn't waste his money on that. The expenses were paid by Qin Yuan himself and were not charged to Lei Zhen's account. Over the years, he has made a lot of money, plus the income from the golden knife shop, so he can still come up with several million gold soul coins. After leaving the ore shop, Qin Yuan wandered around the other shops. Merchants who can set up stalls at the Tiando auction house are usually quite discerning, so finding a bargain from them is no easy feat. After circling around, Qin Yuan returned to the ore stall. "Is there anything else you need, sir?" The shopkeeper greeted him warmly. The silver sword and battle saber that Qin Yuan had previously ordered were enough to earn him a hefty commission. Naturally, he had to treat this money-making machine well. Qin Yuan's gaze was drawn to a dark, indistinct object on the stall. Seeing this, the shopkeeper explained, "Sir, this was dug up during mining. Nobody knows what it is. If you need it, I can sell it to you for 100 gold soul coins. If you're looking for a bargain, you might want to give it a try." These shops all have appraisers behind them, and if even they can't identify a treasure, then probably very few people on the mainland could. Even if someone does manage to snag a bargain, the shop owners and their owners won't complain. Big businessmen don't care about such a small amount of money, and they know they can't earn money beyond their understanding. Chapter 146 Energy Core. Qin Yuan didn't know what it was either. Its exterior was completely covered by a layer of mineral sand, with only a small window showing. After buying it, he would have to carefully clean away the outer layer of mineral sand before he could see what was inside. Of course, if he could think of these things, how could the boss behind the scenes not know? The ore had probably been attached for a long time and become part of this substance, so it wouldn't be so easy to peel off. Just as Qin Yuan hesitated, a voice of praise came from behind him. "Mr. Qin has excellent eyesight. In that case, let's put the cost of the ore on the account of my 7 treasure glazed tile school." Qin Yuan turned around and saw Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo walking towards him. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is one of the shareholders behind the auction house. Upon learning of Qin Yuan's return, Ning Fengji naturally came to meet him immediately. "Sect Master Ning, Senior Bone Douluo, it's been a long time." Qin Yuan bowed slightly. 100 gold soul coins is nothing to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The shopkeeper was very adept at handling things. He held the stone in both hands and handed it to Qin Yuan, saying, "I didn't expect it to be you, Mr. Qin. My apologies for not recognizing you. Since Sect Master Ning has already spoken, please accept this piece of ore." It was only 100 gold soul coins. It wasn't really a favor to owe, and Qin Yuan didn't make a fuss. The shopkeeper added, "Mr. Qin, according to the Chamber of Commerce's appraisers, the outer layer of mineral sand can be removed with a pure flame. As for the quality of the contents inside, that depends on your luck." Qin Yuan nodded, paused, and then gestured for them to speak. "Sect Master Ning, Bone Douluo, may we speak in private for a moment?" A meeting room inside the auction house. Ning Fengji was very curious about the ore in Qin Yuan's hands, so he did not talk about business immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Qin's martial soul is fire attribute. Why not try to smelt the ore and see what's inside? Those who possess the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul have an innate and unique ability to appraise treasures. This is why the 7 treasure glazed tile school is so wealthy. This ability is not unique to Ning Fengji. All owners of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul possess this ability. Over time, it would be difficult for the sect not to become wealthy. Of course, this can only determine whether a treasure is valuable. To identify the type and value of a treasure, one needs one's own knowledge and ability. Qin Yuan did not refuse. He sensed a fluctuation of soul power inside the ore. This is unclaimed soul power. The contents of this ore are more like an energy storage device. If it's really as he thinks, he could easily make 1,000 or even 10,000 times the profit by reselling it. With a thought, Qin Yuan used his soul power to lift the ore in front of him. He stretched out his right hand, and a dark flame appeared in his palm. The evolution path for the martial soul provided by the system is still the fire attribute. The moment the ultimate fire appeared, the temperature in the room suddenly soared. Even Bone Douluo was surprised and had to raise a soul power barrier to protect Ning Fengji from the scorching heat. Such pure flames, I'm afraid no one on the continent can surpass them, Ji Yurong told Ning Fengji via telepathy. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming much more serious. Before long, Qin Yuan manipulated the flames, gradually roasting the ore while controlling the direction of the flames to prevent the treasure inside from burning. The extremely high temperature melts the surface sand of the ore into lava, which slowly drips down, revealing the smooth inner surface. A few minutes later, a complete egg-shaped object, entirely black with a smooth and translucent surface, appeared. Ning Fengji exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually a high-level soul tool core. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, you've made a fortune this time." "The core of a soul tool?" Qin Yuan asked, puzzled. He knew a little about soul tools, but not much. After all, the soul tool technology of this era has long been lost. The soul tools sold on the market are second-hand goods that have changed hands many times. They are just well maintained and not damaged. As for those offensive and defensive soul tools 10,000 years from now, Qin Yuan knew nothing about them, and they didn't exist in the Douluo continent at present either. Seeing his doubts, Ning Fengji did not hide anything. The only soul tools we are familiar with are those storage soul tools. In fact, in the ancient Douluo continent, the soul tool technology was not lost. At that time, soul tools were flourishing in all their forms. I don't know much either, except that some large secret realms or force field defensive soul tools all require an energy storage device inside. And what you have in your hand is the most crucial energy storage device of the soul tool. Without it, the soul tool cannot be activated. There are many ancient ruins on the continent, some of which are well preserved, allowing skilled individuals to completely remove the soul tools. However, without the energy core, these soul tools are merely empty shells. Energy cores are inherently prone to damage, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, a support-type sect, has purchased countless defensive soul tools over the years. Unfortunately, those soul tools have been stored for too long, making their internal energy devices extremely fragile, and they will inevitably suffer permanent damage before long. If we can acquire this item from Qin Yuan, perhaps some of our damaged soul tools can be put to use again. After Ning Fengji mentioned it, Qin Yuan remembered that a number of high-level soul tools were sold at this auction. As for energy cores, as far as he knew, they had never appeared at previous auctions. Ji Yurong spoke up, "This energy core is still in relatively good condition. If Mr. Qin doesn't need it, why not sell it to my 7 treasure glazed tile school?" Qin Yuan was not in a hurry and used his soul power to probe deeper into it. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "What good luck. This is an energy core of extremely high grade, and its exterior is also extremely hard. My soul power cannot replenish the soul power reserves inside, it may require the soul power of a title Douluo. We were able to snag this bargain thanks to Sect Master Ning's provision of 100 gold soul coins. In that case, let's sell the 7 treasure glazed tile school at 80% of the market price." This item is indeed useless to Qin Yuan. It can only be stored internally by a title Douluo level expert, so it is probably a core component of a level 9 soul tool and its price will not be low. Fortunately, it is the core of a level 9 soul tool. In order to ensure the smooth operation of the soul power of a title Douluo, the material of this energy core is extremely hard, so much so that it can be reborn after being buried in the mine for countless years. Ji Yurong took the energy core, examined it briefly, and then agreed with Qin Yuan's statement. Ning Fengji nodded and said with a smile, the core energy of a soul tool is indeed valuable, but the target audience is very small. Even if it is put up for auction, it will not be easy to sell. That's the truth. After all, the soul tool technology has been lost, and whether the energy core can be reinstalled is still unknown. The cost of trial and error in this process is too high. Apart from support-type sects like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even the Spirit Hall, which is incredibly wealthy, would not spend a great deal of money to research it. How about a fixed price of 5 million gold soul coins? Ning Fengji offered a fair price. Chapter 147 High-Value Auction Items. 10,000 years from now, everything about a level 9 soul tool would be priceless. But this is 10,000 years ago, and soul tools have long been forgotten. It's already quite good that you can still get this much money. Deal. Qin Yuan had no problem with the price. Ning Fengji didn't waste any time. He whispered a few words to Bone Douluo, asking him to make up the shortfall of 5 million gold soul coins. At the same time, Ning Fengji took out a gold soul card with a face value of 5 million gold soul coins and handed it to Qin Yuan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Fengji got down to business. Regarding Mr. Qin's hunting plan, my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is strictly adhering to and implementing it. I believe that with you personally taking action, Mr. Qin will surely make sure that Zhao Mingcheng's head is removed. This is the biggest scandal in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School at present, and Ning Fengji has no choice but to take it seriously. Seeing Qin Yuan's confident demeanor, he no longer had any concerns. My daughter has been studying at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Back then, Mr. Qin led the team to second place in the competition. I wonder if you would still be interested in trying to lead the team to first place in the competition. Ning Fengji smiled and said, it's like this. The 3 members of the Academy's teaching committee recently approached me and asked me to ask for your opinion, sir. However, with your current strength, you certainly can't be an ordinary teacher at the Academy. If you are willing to befriend His Highness the Crown Prince, perhaps the teaching committee can have an extra spot. Qin Yuan didn't even consider Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui is good in every way, except that sometimes she seems a bit brainless. In the original timeline, during the palace coup, she even betrayed her 2 bodyguards, Douluo, in order to win over Tang San. Associating with this kind of person will inevitably label Qin Yuan as someone to be worshipped, which will be detrimental to his personal development. Moreover, he didn't care about the seat on the education committee at all. Living life as he pleased and enjoying life was his life motto. I am grateful for your highness's kindness, but I am a lazy person who cannot stand discipline. However, my disciple would be suitable to be the leader of the royal battle team. I wonder if Sect Master Ning could recommend him. Lei Meng possesses the strength of a soul emperor and the status of a prince, making him a perfect fit to become an academy teacher and gradually enter the officialdom in the future. However, Duke Lei Zhen has not yet expressed his support for any of the princes. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is part of the Crown Prince's faction. How could they possibly let an outsider take on such a good position? In the end, Ning Fengji gave a vague answer and changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Qin, I heard that Yan of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy is your junior. Ji Yurong's seemingly casual remark was actually a probe into Yan's background. How could Qin Yuan not see it? He smiled and said, he is the descendant of an old friend of mine. The old friend has passed away, and this is his only orphan. I have to take care of him. Bone Douluo exclaimed, haha, Mr. Qin is truly fortunate that Yan has already reached the soul venerable level at such a young age. Mr. Qin, let me give you a sneak peek. The Academy plans to form the royal fighting team 2 around Rongrong and Yan. If you are interested, you could offer Rongrong and the others some guidance. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be eternally grateful. Yan is almost the same age as Ning Rongrong. If he can be won over, he will definitely become part of Ning Rongrong's team in the future. Therefore, Ning Fengji agreed to let Ning Rongrong participate in the Soul Master competition in order to get to know and win over this genius. As for why it's the second team, it's simply because the royal fighting team performed too well in the previous tournament, and the Empire is very strict about controlling the number of spots in the first team. They want to use Douluo to create another glorious achievement. Therefore, if the 7 treasure glazed tile school wants to gain control of the team, they can only focus on the second team. Qin Yuan never expected that Ning Rongrong would become a member of the Royal Fighting Team too because of his existence. If the system determines it to be a high-level mission, it's not impossible for me to lead the Royal Fighting Team, Qin Yuan thought. After all, why not take advantage of free mission rewards? After exchanging words with Ning Fengji for half an hour, Qin Yuan returned to Lei Zhen's VIP room. Fourth brother, I heard that sect leader Ning was looking for you. Is there anything wrong? Douluo asked hurriedly. Qin Yuan smiled, dangling a $5 million gold soul card between his right fingers in front of everyone. It's nothing. I just picked up a bargain in the trading area and sold it to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, making a windfall. Lei Zhen chuckled and gave a thumbs up. Fourth brother, you're really amazing. I'm completely impressed. Lei Zhen was well aware of the discerning eyes of the merchants in the trading area. Finding a bargain among these merchants is easier said than done. Lei Zhen finally believed that it was indeed Qin Yuan who recognized the immortal herb, not Douluo. Such insight was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The 4 chatted for a while longer, and in the afternoon, the distinguished guests began to enter, and the auction was about to begin. The red VIPs are located in the front row of the auction hall, where they have an excellent view and can see everything in the auction hall. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo from the Spirit Hall have arrived, and a prince from the Star Luo royal family has come. This auction is indeed extraordinary. Douluo's expression darkened slightly. The more powerful individuals attend, the more likely a conflict will erupt after the auction ends. They came here specifically for the soul bone, so how could they give up so easily? We'll meet force with force, and we'll overcome any challenge. With the 4 of us brothers united, we fear no one. Yi Tianxin said sternly. The couple, Geishi Longshi, were black-level VIPs. Although their private room was not as luxurious as the red-level VIP room, it still provided them with a private space. Having met several high-ranking officials of the Empire in one go, Meng Yiren couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandpa, everyone who came today is a big shot." Meng Shu said in a deep voice, "Most of the powerful officials of the Heaven Do Empire are present, as are representatives from the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. I'm afraid the competition for the soul bones will be extremely fierce." Chao Tianxiang was quite worried and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, can we take the soul bone with us?" Meng Shu was speechless for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "Old woman, we might not be able to afford a soul bone." The 3 members of the family were able to become black VIPs not because of their abundant funds, but because Meng Shu possessed the cultivation level of a soul Douluo. In terms of funds, most of the black VIPs present had more than them. With all the VIPs present, some ordinary guests were allowed into the auction hall. Once all the guests had arrived, the auction officially began. On the auction stage, a male and a female senior auctioneer presided over the auction. "Welcome, distinguished guests, who have come from all over the mainland. On behalf of the auction house, I thank you all for your patronage." The higher the level of the auction, the shorter the opening remarks. A minute later, a staff member came to the auction stage carrying a red tray. The female auctioneer lifted the red cloth on the tray, and the aura of the soul bone instantly filled the entire auction hall. The male auctioneer explained with a smile, "This is an armed spirit bone from the Silver Ring Serpent King, which is most suitable for poison attribute spirit masters to absorb. I don't need to elaborate on the value of the soul bone, I'm sure you distinguished guests are well aware of it. So without further ado, this item, as a pre-auction item, has a starting price of 100,000 gold soul coins, and each bid must be at least 50,000 gold soul coins." Soul bones appeared right from the start, making this auction unprecedented in scale. "Yes, it's a pity that I only have 100,000 gold soul coins in total, so I don't have a chance to bid." As soon as the item was put up for auction, the price soared, and the room buzzed with discussion. Chapter 148 Powerful Defensive Soul Tools. It's rare to find a soul bone suitable for my niece Douluo. Why don't I bid for it and give it to her? Lei Zhen said with a smile. Previously, when Lei Zhen obtained the 80,000-year-old soul bone, as compensation, Lei Zhen decided to prepare gifts for Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling, so Dugu Bo did not refuse. Qin Yuan added, I'll contribute half too, count it as part of my share. Before anyone could speak, he immediately called out, 800,000 gold soul coins. Dugu Bo sighed softly and did not refuse. Very well, I will thank you both on behalf of Yan Yan. We're all brothers, there's no need to shirk responsibility. After that, Dugu Bo will bid on some more items suitable for the two of them as a return gift. 800,000 gold soul coins, a 10,000-year soul bone, and a rare poisonous soul bone at that. It seems that the red VIP is determined to get it. Who could it be? A black VIP participating in the bidding asked with some doubt. Although a 10,000-year-old soul bone is quite valuable, it's not much to the major powers, let alone the niche poison attribute. Besides Dugu Bo and his grandson, who are poison attribute soul masters, Snake Granny Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiren are also poison attribute soul masters. The auction featured a 10,000-year-old soul bone during the pre-auction period. They had originally planned to bid on the soul bone and then leave the auction to avoid being harassed by others. However, with the red VIP making a move, their funds were now stretched thin. Old man, what should we do? We only have 1 million gold soul coins at our disposal. If we use them all, we might not even have enough money to get back. Chao Tianxiang said anxiously. Seeing the red VIP make a move, the black VIPs who had been bidding fell silent and stopped competing. The other red VIPs weren't very interested either. If they didn't bid soon, the item would likely be someone else's. Damn it, we can't see who's bidding in the red VIP section. Who's bidding? Meng Shu wondered. He might not be afraid of a duke like Lei Zhen from an empire. After all, the dukes of the Heaven Do Empire are only Soul Douluo level cultivators. But if it's a titled Douluo powerhouse, then things will be troublesome. Finally, Meng Shu gritted his teeth and offered a price, 9,500,000 gold soul coins. Would this senior be so kind as to grant me this favor? Meng Shu's attitude was relatively humble, but unfortunately, he offended Lei Zhen, so how could Lei Zhen let him off the hook? This guy's joined in the fun too, he's asking for it. Lei Zhen sneered, showing no mercy whatsoever. 1 million gold soul coins, I'll take it. 1 million gold soul coins, split equally between the two, with each person only needing to contribute 500,000 gold soul coins, is far more than just a financial blow. This price had already reached the limit of funds available to the Geishi Longxi couple. Since the other party was unwilling to cooperate, they had no choice but to give up. 1 million gold soul coins, congratulations to guest number 13, the red VIP. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, and the item was sold. The pre-auction auction is now over, and the auction officially begins. Our first item is. The items at the beginning of the auction were generally priced between 10,000 and 100,000 gold soul coins, which was meant to give ordinary guests the opportunity to participate in the auction. VIP room. Qin Yuan went backstage to pay the fee, took the soul bone ahead of schedule, and handed it to Dugu Bo. Brother, I'm afraid many people have guessed that you bought the soul bone. Tell Yanzi to be careful in the future to avoid being targeted. Even a titled Douluo can absorb a suitable 10,000-year-old soul bone. As long as Dugu Yan doesn't expose her soul bone in public, the outside world will most likely believe that the soul bone is on Dugu Bo. After all, Dugu Bo's strength has increased rapidly in recent years, so it's not an exaggeration to say that he absorbed a soul bone. In response to Qin Yuan's reminder, Dugu Bo nodded in agreement. That's right. By the way, do you want the fire source crystal that's currently being auctioned? This item is very beneficial for the cultivation of fire attribute soul masters. Wearing it can slowly increase the strength of your fire attribute. Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon the auction stage, where he saw the crystal bathed in flames. It is indeed a good thing, but unfortunately I can't use it now. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly. This item is extremely valuable, but the flames in his battle sword spirit have already reached the pinnacle of fire. Further improvement would make it the origin of fire, which requires breaking through to the god level. It's just a fire source crystal, it's not enough to make him break through level 100. Yi Tianxin patted Dugu Bo's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, let's buy it first. If fourth brother has descendants in the future, it can be used to train them. As long as the fire source crystal is nurtured with fire attribute soul power, it will not lose its original effect. Alright, Douluo nodded and decisively offered 600,000 gold soul coins. This top-tier auction lasted a long time. Before we knew it, it was evening. Taking advantage of the popularity of this top-tier auction, Tiando Auction House brought out a considerable amount of its previous inventory. Ordinary guests, eager to participate, often placed bids, ensuring that items wouldn't go unsold. Ordinary auction items can be sold for a long time, but black level and red level VIPs will not participate in the bidding, which eventually makes high level VIPs lose interest. Sensing something was amiss, the auction house decisively changed the order, bringing out 2 final items to liven up the atmosphere. Distinguished guests, the next item is rather special. We apologize that the auction house is unable to bring the item to the venue. It is also the final item in the auction. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room instantly became lively. The final item has appeared. Could it be a high-age soul bone? What are you thinking? How big is a soul bone? How could you not be able to get it from the scene? The audience was abuzz with discussion, and the VIP seats were equally abuzz with it. As VIPs, we received a list of auction items in advance. Douluo glanced through the list and said, "It should be this soul tool. I heard it was a find from the auction house's collection of ancient relics a year ago." Qin Yuan had heard Douluo talk about ancient ruins. Some well-preserved ruins are protected by defensive soul tools, which prevent outsiders from entering until the soul tools fail. The items offered at the auction were defensive soul tools that had been completely retrieved from the ruins. The auctioneer explained, "This soul tool is a guardian soul tool from an ancient ruin. Once activated, it can generate a defensive force field with a radius of 50 meters, capable of blocking intruders below the title Douluo level. Without other restrictions, such a fine soul tool would probably be fought over by the VIPs present." Changing the subject, the auctioneer sighed. "Unfortunately, the technology of soul tools has been lost, and given its age, this soul tool can only be used once, and for no more than 5 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, many of the red-clad VIPs lost interest. Items that are too large to be brought to the auction site are already limited in their use scenarios and can only be used once. Who would waste money to buy a decorative stand? HMPH, if there really were something this good, my royal family would have already taken it for ourselves. How could it be your turn? Prince Xuexing said with a sneer in the red VIP room. Chapter 149 The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's Confidence in Exchanging Soul Bones. Inside the private room of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The private room was well soundproofed, and Bone Douluo laughed loudly, "That Mr. Qin is truly a lucky star for my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With that energy core, we can replace the energy core of this soul tool and reuse it in the future. Most importantly, the energy cores Qin Yuan sold them could be recharged in a loop, requiring only the contribution of soul power from the title Douluo level experts. Large soul tool components are already quite large, making replacement easy. For the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, acquiring this defensive soul tool means they can guard the core of the sect in the future, ensuring the absolute safety of the sect's core heritage even in the face of survival threats. Uncle Gu, it seems we'll have to have sect disciples come and deliver money again, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Originally, he didn't intend to bid for this soul tool, because spending millions of gold soul coins to buy a defensive soul tool that could only be used for 5 minutes was too extravagant. As one of the auction house's shareholders, Ning Fengji naturally knew the details of the auction items. After evaluating them in his mind, he decided to make a purchase. 1,900,000 gold soul coins, Ning Fengji offered. The starting bid was only 1 million gold soul coins. Because the item was in a semi-destroyed state, bidders were very cautious. The starting bid was only 1.5 million, but Ning Fengji raised it by 400,000 in one go. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they really need it. It was Chrysanthemum Douluo who spoke. The ghost Douluo beside him chuckled sinisterly. Chrysanthemum Pass, it's fine to join in the fun, but don't actually buy this junk back with you. His Holiness the Pope sent the 2 of us here, not to spend money. Their mission was to take advantage of the chaos and seize valuable treasures for the Spirit Hall while other forces were making their moves. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo stopped bidding. He originally planned to rip off Ning Fengji, since the two didn't get along. However, the quality of this soul tool was really poor, and if Ning Fengji changed his mind halfway, they would have to buy this pile of scrap metal with tears in their eyes. Although it is true that you can back out of the auction by paying a penalty fee, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo is a titled Douluo powerhouse, and face is more important than anything else. How can he easily back out? 1,900,000 gold soul coins. Congratulations to VIP number 2 for winning the treasure. The auctioneer quickly brought down the gavel, fearing that Ning Fengji might change his mind. Hey, 1.9 million gold soul coins, and it's the final item. It seems this year's top-tier auction is a bit overrated. A red-clad VIP expressed his dissatisfaction. The auction manager, who was in charge of the event, quickly instructed his staff to bring out the more valuable final item for the auction. Catwoman walked onto the auction stage carrying a tray. The auctioneer lifted the red cloth and announced loudly, "Distinguished guests, the next item is still the grand finale. As you can see, this is a 50,000-year-old black water serpent python's left arm soul bone. Another poison attribute soul bone. That's so niche. But the age is pretty good. Yes, no wonder there are so many soul bones at this auction. They're all these niche soul bones that nobody usually takes a bite of. Absorbing a soul bone that is severely incompatible with a soul master's attributes is not only not an aid, but a burden. Therefore, upon learning that it was a poison attribute soul bone, many people gave up the idea of competing for it. But the major powers and sects were very interested. A 50,000-year-old soul bone is definitely not short. Keeping it as part of a sect's or family's foundation wouldn't be bad. If the opportunity arises in the future, it might even be possible to exchange it for a suitable soul bone from other forces. There's no reason not to fight for it. The black water serpent is suitable for both Big Brother and Du Guyan's niece. Yi Tianxin looked at everyone and hurriedly asked, "Should we compete for it?" A 50,000-year-old soul bone is quite expensive. You can't get one without 5 million gold soul coins. Although Du Gubo was able to come up with so much money, it was not a good thing to reveal that he possessed too many soul bones all at once. Besides, they still need to compete for another lightning attribute soul bone for Lei Zhen, and they don't have much money on hand. Du Gubo sighed and said, "Forget it, I already have several soul bones in me, no need." Qin Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't we have a swift tiger right leg soul bone? Since we don't need it, let's exchange it." As he spoke, he took the soul bone from Du Gubo and said that he would arrange the rest. With the soul bone in hand, he left the private room and headed to the private room of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The auction had already begun, and Ning Fengji was quite surprised to see him appear, but after a moment's thought, he understood. If Senior Poison Douluo needs this soul bone, my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can give up the bidding. We still have to give Du Gubo face. Besides, this soul bone sword Douluo can't absorb it, so buying it won't immediately convert it into combat power. And we don't know how long it will take to find a suitable exchange. Doing a favor wouldn't be bad. Qin Yuan smiled and shook his head. "I came here to discuss an exchange with Sect Master Ning. However, whether the exchange can be successful depends on Sect Master Ning acquiring this Blackwater Python soul bone first." Exchange. I wonder what type of soul bone Mr. Qin is willing to offer in exchange. It was Bone Douluo who spoke. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is attending the auction primarily to acquire a suitable soul bone for Sword Dao Chen Xin. Of course, it could also be auctioned for Bone Douluo, but the soul bone's attributes wouldn't be ideal for him. If Qin Yuan could exchange for a soul bone suitable for Bone Douluo, there would be no reason to object to the exchange. Qin Yuan knew that words alone were not enough, so with a thought, the soul bone of the swift tiger appeared in his hand. The aura of the soul bone instantly filled the entire private room. The next moment, Qin Yuan quickly stored it in his soul tool to prevent outsiders from noticing the aura of the soul bone. I wonder if sect leader Ning would be interested in this swift tiger's right leg bone. Although the soul bone only appeared for a moment, Ji Yurong still sensed its aura. Ji Yurong quickly transmitted his voice to Ning Fengji. A non-attribute agility-based soul bone is easy to exchange for a suitable one with others. If the Blackwater python's soul bone wasn't suitable for Douluo, he probably wouldn't have taken it out. A soul bone without any attribute means that any agility-based soulmaster can directly absorb it, making it suitable for a wide range of users. Even if it's not suitable for Gu Rong, it can be traded with other forces in a short period of time. Since Mr. Qin has taken a liking to me, then I will bid for this soul bone and then make a deal with you, Ning Fengji agreed with a smile. Immediately, he raised the bid by more than 1 million gold soul coins. Since you're bidding too slowly, let's round it up to 6 million gold soul coins. A price of 6 million gold soul coins is definitely not low. Some 50,000 year soul bones of poor quality are worth only 5 million gold soul coins. This soul bone is relatively rare, and 6 million is almost the limit of its value. The 7 treasure glazed tile school truly has impressive spirit. Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled wickedly. Old ghost, Brother Qin just went to Ning Fengji's private room. He probably reached some kind of deal. This soul bone is definitely prepared for the old poison master. Ghost Douluo naturally noticed it. Unfortunately, they were henchmen of the papal palace, and with so many people watching, Qin Yuan really couldn't catch up with them. Chapter 150 Top-tier soul bones, competition from multiple sides. It's true that Qin Yuan left Wuhan City, but Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo did not forget their friendship. Although they had some grudges with Douluo, those grudges were purely caused by Bibi Dong. The fact that they were able to allow Douluo to escape all the way to the territory of the Heavenly Do Empire when they were chasing him shows that they were holding back and did not really want to kill him. Since Qin Yuan and Douluo have a good relationship, they don't mind doing each other a favor. Chrysanthemum Pass, pretend you didn't see this and don't report it, Ghost Douluo reminded. Even though Bibi Dong arranged for other members of the Spirit Hall to attend the auction, they were not red VIPs and could not see what was happening in the VIP seats. As long as they did not report it, no one would cause them any trouble. In another private room, Prince Xuexing was very puzzled. This soul bone was put up for auction specifically for Mr. Douluo, so why didn't he make a move? Shui Bang, who was standing nearby, quickly added, "Uncle, is it possible that Senior Douluo plans to make a move at the very end? Or perhaps he'll wait until someone else has bought it before trying to snatch it away." The avalanche theory has some merit, but Ning Fengji's offer is incredibly high, already exceeding 7 million gold soul coins, indicating his determination to win. In terms of wealth, who among all the guests here can compare to the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Besides, Douluo might not be a match for Bone Douluo. Xuexing sighed. Never mind, the soul bone is only being sold for money. With this money, the soldiers can be equipped with a batch of new weapons, which will be worth the value of this soul bone. In the end, Ning Fengji won the bid for the left arm bone of the 50,000-year-old Blackwater serpent python for more than 7 million gold soul coins. Although the value was inflated, the swift tiger soul bone that Qin Yuan agreed to exchange was definitely worth more than 7 million gold soul coins, so Ning Fengji did not feel that he had lost out. Immediately after acquiring the item, Ning Fengji had the soul bone delivered, exchanging money for the item and quickly completing the exchange with Qin Yuan. Inside the private room, Qin Yuan handed the soul bone to Douluo, saying, "Brother, this soul bone is very suitable for you. However, I suggest you don't absorb it directly. Wait until you break through to level 95 before absorbing it, as it will help you overcome the shackles of becoming a super Douluo." Douluo was aware of this. However, it was agreed beforehand that if a suitable soul bone was obtained, 75% of the soul bone's value would be given to the other 3 people as compensation. "I understand. Furthermore, I'll compensate each of you with 2 million gold soul coins, don't refuse." The auction lasted a long time, continuing until the early hours of the morning, before the auction house finally brought out the remaining highlight items. This also means that the auction is coming to an end. The auctioneer on stage announced loudly, "Distinguished guests, please pay attention. The next item is the left arm bone of a 40,000-year-old thunderstorm beast. A soul bone suitable for my third brother." Douluo suddenly laughed. "Haha, it seems I really made the right choice coming to this auction." Apart from bidding for a soul bone at the beginning of the auction, they remained silent afterward, with Yi Tianxin only bidding for some high-value medicinal herbs in between. Now that a soul bone with suitable attributes has appeared, they no longer hesitate. The starting bid for the Thunderstorm Beast's left arm bone was only 1 million gold soul coins, but Lei Zhen immediately offered 5 million gold soul coins. Other VIPs didn't even have a chance to bid before the value of the soul bone reached its limit. Who is this guy? He's so rich. The audience buzzed with discussion. In truth, the Duke's stipend wasn't much. It was simply due to the Lei family's long history and the accumulated wealth. Furthermore, Lei Zhen had already broken through to the title Douluo level. Money could be converted into combat power, so he was willing to spend any amount of money. Damn it, 5 million gold soul coins is the maximum value of this soul bone. He doesn't take my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan seriously. Yu Luomian slammed his fist on the armrest of his chair in the private room. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was not wealthy, so they didn't bid on any of the other items, waiting for this Thunderstorm Beast soul bone to appear. Who would have thought that someone would beat them to it? After a moment's hesitation, Yu Luomian walked to the VIP seats and cupped his hands in greeting to everyone present. 5,200,000 gold soul coins. Ladies and gentlemen, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has taken a liking to this soul bone. I hope you will all give me the honor. We will naturally give face to Vice Sect Master Yu, Huyanzhen said with a hearty laugh from the black VIP seats. After all, Huyanzhen had no intention of competing for it, he might as well stir up trouble. Of course, many people responded to Yu Luomian, but they were all black VIPs, no one in the red VIP category bought his offer. Soul bones have always been reserved for the capable, so Vice Sect Master Yu should not speak such boastful words, Ji Yu Rong rebuked lightly. However, the 7 treasure glazed tile school did not participate in the bidding. Knowing that the bidder was Qin Yuan's private room, they decided to do him a favor. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, are they very powerful? Lei Zhen didn't hold back, walked to the VIP seats, and immediately announced his price, 6 million gold soul coins. With the Lei family's funds, they certainly couldn't compare to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. However, the Lei family didn't even have 50 members, and Lei Zhen only had a few core relatives, so naturally they didn't need to take care of everyone's cultivation resources. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is wealthy, its resources need to be distributed among all members of the clan, so it is naturally inferior to the small family of Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen, do you want to be an enemy of my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Yu Luomian's face was extremely ugly. Do you know the consequences of offending us? Joke. Lei Zhen scoffed. At auctions, money talks. If you have the money, feel free to bid against me. Lei Zhen has an impatient nature, which can be seen from his pricing. 6 million gold soul coins had exceeded the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's budget, so even if Yu Luomian was unwilling, she had no choice but to give up. Fine, very well. I hope you can protect this soul bone. After uttering these harsh words, Yu Luomian glared fiercely before turning and leaving. Lei Zhen waved his sleeve, completely ignoring him. Yu Luomian will definitely cause trouble afterward. This guy offended Qin Yuan and Du Gubo before, so it's a good opportunity to teach him a lesson again. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family is quite wealthy and can collect a large amount of interest. Jade Crown, don't disappoint me. Lei Zhenxin smiled broadly. Seeing that Lei Zhen was not afraid of even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the other non-lightning attribute soul masters and red VIPs saw no need to provoke him and simply gave up bidding. In the end, Lei Zhen acquired the soul bone for 6 million gold soul coins. Inside the private room, Qin Yuan stretched and then began to warm up. It's almost dawn. These guys won't let this go. A fight is inevitable. We need to prepare properly. Everyone was speechless, and quickly said, this is too obvious, we should keep a low profile. Yi Tianxin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yu Luomian is no pushover, but he doesn't know that our third brother has already broken through. We'll capture him then. Our fourth brother also possesses the strength of a title Douluo. With 3 title Douluo powerhouses like us, what do we have to fear from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? We must make them bleed profusely.